shit, stop for stop, helaas. Boef geen nakkie of een babi, ik ben challa in de bitch van drank en schwennen. We gaan hier, we gaan daar, we gaan bam, bam. Want je weet, als we knallen is het tam, tam. U mag zitten, want ik kan staan. Deze motherfucker vatten mannen willen gewoon plakken, maar hello. Geen tijd voor die onzin, bitch. Double waggie is 2 sits. Mag zitten aan ass en tits. Zwart zout, nuf en een gaaf fresh kiss. Alles hard lekker gaan, alles is fris. Hebben geen fuck, kom op bitch. Je weet hoe we doen. Bim, bam, boom. Die weten zijn paap in elke seizoen, Mr. Pijn. Ik kom binnen zo van hoe pap, 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 pap. Ik kom binnen zo van hoe pap, pap, hey grap. Ik doe die shit, stap, wat stap. Ik kom binnen zo van hoe pap, pap, hey grap. Ik doe die shit, stap, wat stap. Ik kom binnen zo van hoe pap, pap, hey grap. Ik doe die shit, stap, wat stap. Ik kom binnen zo van hoe pap, pap, hey grap. Ik doe die shit, stap, wat stap. XXL in die motherfucking bitch. Shit like it's motherfucking niks. Ik ben fucking space, ga niet sleppen op de base. Wil niet zitten, kan niet zitten. Ik ben wappie van de drinks. K-A-V, S-J-double-A-K. Ga niet stressen, sms'en, breng die flessen, hoor de call. Ik kom binnen zo van hoe pap, 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 pap. Ik kom binnen zo van hoe pap, pap, hey grap. Ik doe die shit, stap, wat stap. Ik kom binnen zo van hoe pap, pap, hey grap. Ik doe die shit, stap, wat stap.
Taip, mėly bičiuliai, sveiki dar kartelį sugrįžę čia po trumpos pietų pertraukos ir jau prasidės rimti dalykai. GT15 klasės motorinės valtis jau prie tiltelio ir visi sportininkai, kurių yra per 16, startuos šiuose Europos čempionato pirmenybėse ir taip pat bus, manau, tikrai atkakli kova. Gerą laiką pademonstravo ir 3 vietoje esanti Nida Gelinskaitė, taip pat gaila kitam Lietuvos atstovui Nagliui Repko šiek tiek prašiau nusisekė visi dalykai, jisai startuos iš 15 prieš paskutinės pozicijos, tačiau vis dėlto po starto vis tiek suirutė ir galima atkovoti tikrai nemažai pozicijų, be abejo startas yra labai labai svarbu, tačiau pasižiūrėsime, kaip visa ta starto procedūra susiklostys visiems mūsų sportininkams, taigi visiems linkiu sėkmės, netrukus tai bus duodamas startas ir stebėsime šias varžybas ir pirmąjį skaitinį plaukimą GT15 klasėje. Iš visos mūsų laukia 6 plaukimai, turiu omenyje visas 3 klases, tai šiandien Eliza Lakovica, 50 startinis numeris, ji startuoja 4, Erik Renės Spiklak iš Estijos. 5 startinis numeris ir 5 pozicija prie leptelio. Jonas Lember iš Estijos, 22 startinis numeris. 6 pozicija. Ir toliau seka taip pat Estijos atstovas Henrikas Arula ir Polas Richardas Laursas. 7-8 atitinkama vietos Viljamas Martinsenas iš Norvegijos, 68 startinis numeris, 9 pozicija jo. Erikas Sukas iš Estijos, 26 startinis numeris, 10 pozicija. 11 Reinis Turis iš Latvijos, Ralfas Zacharsenoks iš Latvijos 12, Ardis Slatkeris 13, Jonas Tristenas Lotus iš Estijos 14, Naglis Repko iš Lietuvos 21 startinis numeris.
Very good afternoon from a hot and sunny Lithuania. I'm with Jason Mantrip, who's commentating with us this afternoon, and he's all the way in England due to technology. It's great to have you with us, Jason.
Jason, put the mic on. This mic on.
Jason, just...
Atrodo, visi laivai yra jau vandenyje, surikiuoti taip, kaip turėtų būti.
Žmonių pilna, čia aš nespėjau, tik nuvyju vėl ateina, tik nuvyju kiti ateina. Man reikėjo statuostas.
Jason, you're all good to go now? Let's just iron out these technical faults. Jason, go again.
Taip pat įdomus faktas tai, kad starto procedūra pirmiesiams klaupimams duos vandens Formulės 2 Europos čempionas Edgaras Repko ir šių varžybų organizatorius. Taip pat jiem šalimais padės šias...
A couple of minutes. Hilmar Wilberg from Sweden is on pole with Nils Daktiris second. Wilberg has got a busy weekend. He's not racing. He's not only racing here in 15. He's also in GT30. I just spoke to him over lunch. He's very, very nervous. He's taking this weekend very seriously. He's fourth on the grid in GT30.
Jason, can you say something? I will check because... Yes, cool, that's good.
And Jason, we can hear you loud and clear.
Ah, brilliant. So, so just a little technical issue my end. People who know me will be not surprised at that probably, but a very good afternoon to everybody in the powerboat racing world. And good afternoon, John, and thanks very much for making this happen for me here today.
Your fans deserve it.
Well, I don't know about that. I'd ask them after the end of the racing, but John, I was just saying to you off air about the water conditions. From what I can see here, I look out of my commentary box window, it's a little bit overcast, it's a little bit wet, but it looks a totally different day in Lithuania.
Jason, we've got the build-up music now, it's getting tense. We've got a crowd here of 400 people. That's the maximum limit allowed in Lithuania with the COVID-19 restrictions. And they're all having a thoroughly good time. They've been swimming in the lake and having lunch, and it's lovely to see families out enjoying themselves and then looking forward to this action this afternoon.
Yeah, it's a big crowd of people, but let's just enjoy, well, we were going to enjoy the tense music. John, just tell us a bit about qualifying, the GT15 qualifying.
Jason, I'm getting drowned out by this very exciting music in the background. It reminds me of a May Day march in Moscow in 1982. And as that music fades away, a big shout out to Arena HD who've set up all of this streaming this afternoon. Incredible, remarkable performance. And thanks to those guys to allow these pictures and sound to travel across the world.
Yeah, technology, John, certainly has come a long way, I think, personally. Within the last few months, what we can do now, people zoom in each other and things. But let's do the build-up now for the race. GT15, heat number 1. John, just briefly tell us about what happened in qualifying.
Well, Wilberg from Sweden on pole position, and he has taken it. And we are just coming into the start there, Jason. Do you want to take over?
Yeah, well, as we all know then, the first turn, but certainly looking like Slacters then. And then a bit of a good start there, just on the second on the qualifying time, but as we go round into turn 1, we need to make sure that all the boats go around safely. And we know that these GT15 boats can be very, very twitchy. But John, what's the story then as we go to turn 2?
Go again, Jason.
Yeah, so we've got the boats now in our sight, and well, everyone made it around the first lap. Just in the middle of the pack there, some boats getting very, very close together, and we've seen some spectacular shots. And in fact, you were in Tonsberg last weekend, where there was one particular drive who got a boat airborne. So we're just looking at the moment at some of the back end of the field, where all the action is at the moment, but you can see the water then. It was calm, but it is now starting to chop up a little bit as they go past the crowds and then into the next turn. So you can see then that the field isn't really spread out. All right, the leaders are running away a little bit, but good scraps going on mid-pack. And a manoeuvre now. Unfortunately, I can't see the numbers on my screen, but we're certainly looking at boat number 11, which is, this is the battle actually for 4th and 3rd position. What we're looking at here, so a manoeuvre possibly coming up now, but no, the door kept tightly shut. But we can see now, here come the rest of them, and it's that close. It's this competitive in GT15, and someone have for a moment there in the yellow boat just at the back. So John, 68, making a manoeuvre then on number 22. That's the battle. 68 is now, where is that? Because that's down in 14th, isn't it? They're changing all the time, the positions. So 21 is Ryabko. That's Legoris's nephew. So Ryabko then, we're looking at that at the moment, that little scrap going on, as we can see the boats then coming towards us.
That's Ryabko there, Jason. He is the nephew of Legoris, the UIM F2 racer and the organiser of this weekend.
Yeah, so and we watched, didn't we, last year? We sat together and watched Edgaras have a little bit of technical issues, so he's hoping that that doesn't happen to his nephew here this weekend.
Yeah, he had a very bad...
almost gone.
Yeah.
Yeah, the two boats touching. That's how close it is, but I think they're both undamaged, certainly from what I'm looking at. But that was, who was that? That was 22, wasn't it? So,
yeah.
So Lambert getting entangled.
Now, what is interesting is that Slacters got the better start, took the lead, but Wilberg has claimed that, and he's back on top.
Yeah, that was a good start though from Slacters. Second off the grid. Ideally, you want to be in pole position, and you can see the advantage of being in pole position. But Slacters, you know, John, and you know it yourself, when a boat hooks up, when it's ready to go, as Slacters' boat was, there's no stopping you, and Slacters had the perfect start. Maybe Wyberg was caught napping, I'm not sure, but certainly Slacters then probably now rightfully back in that second position. But it will give him confidence for maybe the next start.
So we've got Sweden leading Latvia. This really has been a truly Baltic and Scandinavian affair. There's a lot of people in this area working very hard with the youngsters to get them on the water and to keep growing the sport. It's really encouraging to see.
Yeah, we're looking at 6 Estonians, we've got 6 Latvians, 2 from Lithuania, 1 from Norway. I think you've got 1 Swedish driver, I think, there as well. So it is a bit of a mixed bag. Again, very close moments. These GT15s, John, very, very flighty. And you'll remember back in the old days when we call these wing boats, but back in the day, they used to just be the normal conventional V monohull. But these GT15s certainly are a lot more livelier than what they used to be, say, back in the 80s and early 90s.
William Marston, boat number 68, had an issue down on this near side buoy, and he's managed to get going again. Gave a thumbs up.
So we've got a battle going on here between 8th and 7th position, and Siusk is going to have to be careful.
Well, the battle is for the lead, because that's number 51 boat.
Yep, so Slacterus then, because no stranger to powerboat racing, although he's a very young age, but of course we all remember his dad from Formula 2, Uwe Slacterus, who in his day a very, very competitive Formula 2 driver.
You'll remember him winning the European Championship F2 in Stureby in England.
Yep, and I also remember he seems to like the UK. He'd done very well at Nottingham. I can't remember the year, it was at 2013 possibly, I think. But so he's kind of passing down his talents now to his son, and young Slacterus Jr. is still currently in that 2nd position. But John, do you feel that, I mean, you've got a better view than me, do you think that he can do it in this race?
It's looking like it. Now, just to give people at home an idea of this lake, Latvia's got 1,000 kilometres of water lakes like this, and the mayor was here at lunchtime. He was speaking. He wants to develop this more and more for the people and the locals, and once again, encouraging. Absolutely beautiful spot here, if not a little bit out the way.
Certainly from where I'm sitting at home in Oulton Broad, it looks very picturesque, and certainly the water looks perfect for powerboat racing. It's topped up a bit now, but just before the start of that race it was flat calm. So we're looking at Slacterus now in at number 51. Obviously the yellow flags you would have seen, there was a boat being towed in, but Slacterus will hope that his machinery will just hang together in the remaining few laps, because the boat, powered by a Toyotsu engine, 15 horse. So just to take the corner.
And that's the checkered flag the boat's looking at. Well, that just positively flew by.
Yep, so a very quick race indeed then. So Wyberg then taking it with Slacterus in that 2nd position. So good stuff from those two, but streets ahead of everybody else. But a good entry, John. 16 entries all in all.
Yeah, so, remarkable. And the story the Vibo family had to get here from Sweden was something else. The father is a lorry driver by profession. He's got a commercial license, and that's what enabled them to get across the border. Impressive stuff.
Yeah, the depths that people go to go racing, and of course they've missed a lot this year due to various reasons. And John, I mean, obviously you travelled last weekend. How is travelling on planes and things at the moment? How's the whole airport? I mean, I see your post yesterday with the Luton airport being very, very quiet.
Yeah, I was in Heathrow on Monday coming back from Oslo. That was just heartbreaking. So it is Wilbur from Sweden, and that's just the timing screen on here is exactly the same software they use in UIMF2. So it should all be very familiar to those that follow that online. And let's just pull up their results. Obviously, these are the unofficial results.
I have to say that top marks for all of the drivers for bringing the boats home the right way up. First race, a lot of, as you were saying, some of the drivers feeling a little bit nervous, a little bit tense just before the start of the race, but you know, they've done well. It's always hard, that first race, and they've done it now, they've got it under their belts. So
Weber takes that win, and he's going to have to jump out of that GT15 and now have a look at his GT30 boat. Stakteris, that's 300 points for him in second, and then Nida in third, with Elisa in fourth. So I think GT15 this weekend is going to be about those two guys.
Yeah, but it certainly seems so. And the qualifying, and it's always interesting to see if qualifying times actually reflect the true race, and in this instance it actually did. So that's good. And oh, that's a nice sound, isn't it? A 2-litre Mercury.
Indeed. Now I'm just going to speak to our television producer here and see how he wants to do this on YouTube. So we're going to keep this live stream running on the same YouTube channel. And as the GT15 hulls make their way back to the dock. And for a bit of entertainment, Edgar's Ryabko has got his taxi out. His Optimax powered 2-seater.
I have to say, it's nice to hear that engine just from here, because at the moment that's about as close as I'm going to get to hearing a Formula 2 engine.
Yeah, in Tonsberg last Friday, when they did the speed runs, that's the first time I'd heard them since December, and it was quite emotional. We've waited many months to get this back, to Powerboat Racing back.
Yeah, sometimes, you know, you can take powerboat racing for granted, I think, sometimes. But, yeah, when we've had the layoff, and especially in the UK, I mean, the last time I actually got in a boat was August. It's actually almost a year since I've laid in a boat. And, yeah, you know, seems a bit weird. I was going to have a year off, and in fact, I was going to retire, but that's all change of plans and things now. So, in a way, I'm glad that I decided not to hang up the crash helmet just yet.
Well, as long as you don't hang up your microphone, because your adoring fans globally would be an uproar.
Yep, all three of them. In fact, I may have just lost one. So that's two of them.
Mrs. Mantrip.
Yeah. And, yeah, she's nursing this very sore head, unfortunately, this morning. But
were you two drinking unwisely last night?
Well, it was wisely, but yeah, and then it became very unwise. So, who knows? I don't know.
Yeah, it was quite the same here. There was nice to see Sammy Celio here, Urko Abrams. I had a couple of beers with Urko. Always nice to see him. So it's been a nice atmosphere, and as you say, this is where people aren't taking it for granted. They're just so pleased to be back to see something on the water.
Yeah, of course, Urko has. He's been out already this season in his F500, while he's also been busy building boats as well. So busy man, Urko. Sammy, I guess, you know, I guess he's waiting for is F1 going to happen? Is F1 not going to happen this year? I mean, maybe you know more, John.
At the moment, the state of play is the drivers don't know.
Yeah, yeah. But everyone is in the same boat, I guess, at the moment. We just wait and hope.
Well, then we've got UIMF2, and there is looking like a race in Konus, just about an hour and a half's drive down the, I was going to say down the motorway, down the A road. And that could be on, but everything's still, you know, I know Edgaris Ryabko, he's got the backing for a World Championship race. He wants it to happen, but we just have to wait. We've got so many countries that have gone red again in this last couple of days. It's going to be ever so difficult for the competitors to tow their boats across these countries.
Yeah, so we just keep our fingers crossed and hopefully things sort themselves. I think in a lot of people's heads, I think they almost have kind of probably, I mean, we're in August now, probably have written off 2020 as a race season. But let's hope 2021 is going to be the season. Certainly,
Yeah,
you know,
and bizarrely,
from an OSY.
Bizarrely with this sport, of course, we get a lot of action in sort of October and December with F1 H2O, don't we? And
yeah.
So we've always got that sort of, you know, on the build up to Christmas, we've got a World Championship to look forward to, which of course, you know, last year we were sitting there watching Sean Torrente win in Sharjah and just take that second world title. And then of course over in America we always look forward to the Key West event in November.
Yeah, it's always nice to know that boat racing continues throughout the year. I mean, as you know, John, in the UK, we've got things pretty much wrapped up by September. Mid-September, it's normally all done and dusted, apart from, as you know, it's sort of records week. But
yeah. Now, there will be a race in the UK at the end of this month. There's going to be a UCOPA-sanctioned offshore race in Poole. And they're working very hard. I heard yesterday they've got 24 competitors signed up already for that. It's going to be incredibly difficult with the race briefings and things like that. It's all been looked into. They're working with the authorities and how they're going to get that through. But we're going to see some boats on the water in England at last.
I mean, how's social distancing working in let's say, like we mentioned Tonsberg. I mean, drivers' briefings, were they conducted in a very separated manner, where the drivers all sitting the chairs length apart? Or
yeah, sorry, that Opti was drowning you out there. Norway was taking incredibly seriously. Everyone's taking social distancing. Latvia, I'd have to say, it's a little bit more relaxed. They have the same rules as we had back in England, with masks in supermarkets, etc. But yeah, I wouldn't say it's the adherence is quite what it was in Norway last weekend.
So not many customers for your powerboat racing world mask over there then?
I left them at home.
Oh no. That's quite interesting. The race coming up then, John, the OSY-400 first heat of the weekend for them, for the European Championships. Of course, we would have had the World Championships here in the UK. Just looking at the entry list for that, some very, very, very big names missing from that. A multi-world champion is obviously missing from that. Rasmus, not on there. I also noticed that Brzezinski, he's not on there. Brzezinski, I was kind of hoping actually Brzezinski was going to be there this weekend, because you know, he's always there or thereabouts, and with Rasmus not being there, I thought that could have been Brzezinski's chance to just grab another championship under his belt. But it's all down to the young guns now. But we'll talk about that more in a minute. I can see, John, that one of the boats already in the water of Arvidas from Lithuania at number 43. A very young driver. I've actually raced against him at Nottingham, one of his first international races. So
is that why they had so many spectators that year?
Well, probably. Were you one of them? You were.
I was at Cowes that year. It was the offshore race.
Oh, were
you? That was what was that? 2013.
We had the OSY World Championship.
Oh, I was thinking of two.
Yeah. That was 2013. OSY, I think, was 2000 and it was two, wasn't it? I raced the Europeans was 2014. I raced in 2015. And then I bought a boat that weekend off Brzezinski. So that was the beginning of something new, really. That's when we started to get competitive. But I'm sure that this is going to be an interesting race, looking at the lap times, although one name sits there right at the top. And when I texted you yesterday with a little bit of a prediction, and it seems like that prediction possibly panned out, with Rani Siusk sitting there at the top of the sheet, as I look at it for free practice, and he reflected it in qualifying as well.
And if you can't watch all of this live stream this afternoon, all the results are going up onto Powerboat Racing World's Facebook page, and there'll be a report this evening. And here we go. That's another run for the two-seater, taking out dignitaries and guests. I thought the speech the mayor made at lunchtime in perfect English was absolutely superb. It was really good to hear a politician come along and support something like this. He also called it an elite sport, which is something I haven't heard powerboat racing called before.
Yeah, very kind words then from the dignitaries.
Obviously, the elite sport comes in for the rulings of how they can run this. So, you know, the same as we had in England with Premier League football and the cricket tests. It's all been a very similar template.
And it's good, of course, for our sport because it does raise the profile with things like that being mentioned, and yeah, that's a really, really positive thing to come out of Lithuania, I think. So,
Powerboat Racing World are using a Latvian photographer this weekend, Vistas Lakis, and he's already sending me the shots through from GT15. He's got that technology where he can put it off his big camera, put it onto his cell phone and just ping it through. Look forward to some really stunning shots this evening.
Yep, so you've got quite a busy weekend. Not only are you doing this during the daytime, but I suspect you'll grab some food, maybe the odd pint, I guess, and then it will be back to work. You're going to do a midnight run on your race stories, I guess.
I had lunch with Matilda, the brother of the winner of the first heat of GT15, just to get some shade in her tent because it was getting very, very hot. Matilda is the J-Class, offshore J-Class world champion, which she will retain that title this year due to the fact that the World Championship was scheduled to be in Torquay. Bob McCarthy was back in England, was going to be organising that. And once again, a very, very enthusiastic young competitor, absolutely loves this sport.
Her big moment of 2020, though, I think, had to be when she ran Sean Toronto off the track in our virtual Formula One racing a few months ago. And she made a world champion very angry.
No respect for a double world champion.
Well, we're looking now at the grid. So what have we got? We've got 3 boats then lining up so far, with Rennie Souk then getting into position. So Arvidas actually qualified really well, 3rd in the yellow boat, number 43. So that's a good qualifying position for him. So he'll be looking to maybe get the jump. And of course, unlike with the GT30 and also the GT15s, if these engines stop, there's no starter motor. The starter is the pit crew. So you can't restart, so you've got to keep the engine running. So
Jason,
he's going to hope that 1 or 2 mistakes happen.
Jason, keep a very close eye on the 4th place, boat number 70. That's the reigning world champion of GT30. I'm sorry, no, he's in 3rd place on the grid. Andres Solvang from Norway. He's the reigning world champion. Keep an eye on him, boat number 1. I did have a brief word with him just after that, and he was very happy with that 3rd. So I'm kind of expecting him to blitz away.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see on that. So stuff.
He was racing last weekend in Tonsberg. Had a big moment where he went airborne. Had done some damage to the transom, but they got that repaired. and then had all to drive over here, so they've had a busy week.
And how was he feeling after that? I'd take it didn't knock his confidence.
He's, how can I put this? He's a very confident young man. So that's a good way of putting it, isn't it? Both of the Norwegian competitors, you know, they've had a long drive, and then their dads have had the long drive, and they did say that it was probably a little close on top of Tonsberg, but they wanted to support their home event.
So you were obviously dining and drinking with Erko last night, I believe. How was he feeling about the racecourse here and the event?
Just pleased to be here. As you say, I mean, he's an incredibly experienced racer and builder, and it was great to see him. We saw him in Macau, in China, last June, I think it was, and he's racing the smaller boats over there, and he once again takes his racing incredibly seriously. Now, Jason, I was just looking at some of the recent champions in GT30. This is European, and if we're looking for British racers, Ben Jelf won in both 2011 and 2014. And we didn't have a championship last year, a European championship, but in 17 that was run by Victoria Sudler.
Yeah, and you know, it's quite interesting that there's no UK GT30 drivers at this event. Whether it's because we don't really have any international drivers at this moment, and I think maybe one or two have just decided that it's probably not worth the risk. And actually, John, when you were saying to me yesterday, actually travel is a little bit difficult, isn't it? And getting your tests and passing the test. I think you were saying it takes 3 days to have a COVID test result back?
Well, Sweden last week, Bimber Shoham, for her to come, she and Scott Curtis had to take tests, and they were literally waited 3 days and had to wait for the results to come through, and then got in the van and drove. It was that tight. And I think I said on the stream there, for anyone in England listening, I mean, our testing is 24 hours. In other countries, it's taking a lot longer.
Right, so we're just looking at the grid at the moment for the OSY-400s. The drivers now getting themselves ready. We'll soon know when they're nearly ready to go, because engines will be warmed up, and you'll hear the distinctive noise of the 33 horsepower engines revved up. So that's going to happen in a few moments. If you are just joining us, welcome to the European Championships. Myself and John Moore. John's there. I'm at home in my commentary box, where I look out of my left-hand window. I can see the front garden and the cars, and I look at the iPad, which is my front window, and I can see the racecourse. I can't see you at the moment, though, John.
I'm hiding in a transit van.
You're in hiding.
So we're scheduled for the race to start local time, 14:45, 2 hours ahead of the UK, an hour ahead of Europe. And if you're watching in America, you do the math. Seven boats in the OSY-400 race.
So do you fancy it then, John? Do you fancy travelling at around about just under 70 miles an hour on your stomach for 6 laps?
I speak to Keith Whittle a lot. It's a good friend of mine, and because it was his passion. And Keith's insane, and you have to be insane to do that, like yourself.
Yeah, but I think we're all wired up a little bit wrong. I think there's some wires missing, I think, in
The
some
first
cases.
time I
but
saw it, the first time I saw it was at Windermere in 1982. I was just shocked.
Yeah, there's some. I know certainly on the record runs and that when the 500 boats and that, there's some nice pictures of Phil Stacey
Engine revving, Jace.
Right, so I just see the green flag actually, so we're nearly ready to go for this first heat of the European OSY-400 Championships.
Can I come into your lounge, because I think you can see more in your front room than I can see sitting here.
Yeah, come along.
Thanks, Older.
Oh, there we go. The camera angle's now just been moved slightly to the right. So the dramatic music, John, is this your own personal CD collection?
As I say, I think it's been left over from the USSR when they owned this place. I think they've managed to find an old 33.
And the technology to play it, of course. Well, this is looking very, very interesting now. The boats are now in the water. We're nearly ready to go, John, for the first heat of the OSY-400s. The first turn is going to be absolutely crucial for Rennie Siusk to get it all right and all hooked up right. But Janis Bradakis is there in second position in number 33. And in 43 is Arvidas from Lithuania in his home Grand Prix this afternoon. And Loris is fourth, and Gintaris right down there in fifth. So something bad must have happened to him in qualifying, with the other Latvian in sixth position on the grid. So only 6 boats then in this race. There was 7 in free practice. So we've
I've got
lost
7
one
on the timing screen.
Ah, that's good. That's always good. It all goes quiet and go. Move away, John.
So
And,
clean start by 19, 21, 43.
Yeah, he got an absolute flyer, but Rennie Siusk then I think is straight up there into the lead and already pulling up a gap. But watch the next boat into the turn. I think Gintaris has got himself then into that second position already. And that's an interesting turn, and he has looked 21 then back into second position. So now we will wait and see an absolutely titanic battle for the lead, I'm pretty sure. But we look further down the grid then, John, as they all fight for positions, but first, second and third all pretty much done and dusted. But Rennie Siusk then out in front. Look at that, number 19. Clear water ahead, which is absolutely vital in OSY-400 racing. They do like the smooth water. They don't really like to be turned into rough conditions. You get all sorts of problems then. That's when the boat can hook. If you fall into a hole, it can throw you into the turn, boys, which has happened many, many times to myself. But at the moment, everyone looks like they're behaving themselves out there.
Well, Siusk soaked up the pressure and is extending his lead.
Is that one of your headline titles for him? Possibly.
I thought I might use it tonight, yeah.
It's a good one. So yeah, first, second, third is still number 43 then, of Arvidas. So he is maintaining that third position. So that's great news for him. So we look at the board then. Siusk leads then over Gintaris, who is second. Arvidas is third in 43. 33 is next then, and it's the two teammates together, 33 and 35, and then we look further down.
Can we do the Rennie hello hello jokes, Jason?
Hello hello.
Rennie.
Well, he's in the lead at the moment, as we just watched one of the other back markers. There is Rennie Siusk out in front. And you'll see, well, you can't really see it there, but there's a little tiny skeg just at the back of the left-hand sponson at the front that enables the boat to grip round the corners. That boat actually, to me, looks to be running fairly flat, but flat is actually quick. You don't want it sticking nose up in the air. We now watch 35 passing us, currently in 5th position at the moment. Actually, almost 10 seconds behind the race leader. So we were saying about the GT15 race being very, very fast. I think this one is going to be even quicker. So we now pan down then. And another one of the drivers. I think 3rd position, though, could be up for grabs. Because Ardifus has got a challenge just behind him of Badkarus. And I do apologise about the pronunciations of the names, but trying to get the words out very quickly. John's got them programmed in on speak and spell at the moment, but look at this, scrap for 3rd position, and actually Gintaras is only just up the water from him. So this is a good scrap actually then between 3rd, 4th and 5th position, so this race by all means is not over yet, as we are now coming up for the 4th minute into the race. Which I make, probably we are on lap number 4.
So it is. Estonia's Rene Siusk in the lead. Best lap time of 59.92. He's got about a 5-second gap there. And he's sitting quite comfortably.
Yeah, not quite on his qualifying pace, which was a 58.7, but then, you know, he doesn't need to thrash the equipment. They've still got to do a few more races for the, you know, you can go all out for it and then break your engine in the first heat, and you're not going to become a champion by extending an engine.
Jason, when you do this type of racing at your age, how on earth do you get up afterwards?
Yeah, it takes a few weeks to recover, and then, you know, sort of when you do it week after week on a Thursday evening, then you know, you're pretty much written off all of winter. But I have seen
your workout. I mean, your arm bending is incredibly impressive.
Oh, it's second to none, isn't it? There's not a lot of room in these boats either, John. You know, I mean, some of the Mosquito boats are a little bit wider than the others, but some of them you're quite wedged in. I mean, had Brzezinski have been there, but certainly the 3rd position boat I know is a very, very tight boat. Cocooned in, you know, you can't really, there's no room to rattle around as such. You become as one with the boat.
Right in front of me, the UIM official showing the boat's checkered flag, which has some meaning.
Yep, and it means that Rene Siusk has won under his belt so far then, so the pole position man takes the win, and he's on his way home to, well, that's one closer to becoming a European champion this weekend. That's great stuff.
So 400 points for the Estonian. Now, most of you are familiar with the format. There's 4 heats for these European Championships, 2 today, 2 tomorrow. And obviously, Jason, if someone like Rene were to win the first 3, he would be best to sit it out, would he, for heat 4?
Yeah, I mean, as Rasmus always, when he used to win, never used to entertain during the 3rd heat, 4th heat, sorry. Craig Speller, he was another one. A multi-champion, he was a world champion, European champion in this class. He also never used to run the 4th heat. Doesn't need to, you know. It gives the time really to the screen turniers, because there'll be the technical inspectors will be taking the engines apart at the end of the meeting, just to make sure that they're bona fide, to make sure that the engines are all legal and not bent. So
now we're running to timetable, Jason. The GT30 Heat 1, that's looking like 15:30, so that gives us another 35 minutes. We can probably take a break and come back 10 minutes before that starts. And then for the second races this afternoon, the Heat 2 races, we'll be joined on the microphone by none other than Egaris Ryabko, so we can pick his brains.
Yeah, because he'll know this course. He's been out there today. He'll know what the water is actually, what the wind's doing, how the water feels. I know it's in a different style boat, but it will give us another insight. And yeah, he'll bring a lot to the table.
He's been multitasking. His organisation is exceptional. I asked him how I would get from the airport to here, and he said, I'll deal with it. And he had a white van pick me up with a guy who then went into Conus to pick up the Harris fencing for the event. We picked up the Harris fencing and then we drove here. I mean, that's how he put stuff together. It's really impressive. I mean, the very fact that it took me 4.5 hours to get here was, you know, by the by.
But yeah, now, he does like to keep himself busy.
Now, for anyone watching at home who hasn't been to Lithuania, and Jace, you were here with us last year, it's not only is it a great country, but it's incredibly cheap to eat and drink. The bar here for the public, a pint of beer is €2.
Unlike last weekend.
In Oslo, in Norway, in Tonsberg, yeah, it was slightly dearer.
Yeah.
Wait until Frody Sun still sees his tab.
That's a good shot. I'm not really sure what's happening there, but obviously a little bit of a toe back.
That's 43.
And of course, these are very small fuel tanks on top of the engines, which means that they're only really. It looks quite a big course from what I can see on the screen. So I'm guessing that he's possibly just run out of fuel. They only really hold enough fuel for about 7 laps at best. And now he's looking for the tow rope, which has gone right underneath the boat. And there it is, in fact, it's untangled itself.
And for those watching at home who haven't been here, but perhaps been to Stureby in England, this is very, very similar. Just don't have a Premier Inn. I think accommodation is one of the battles here. It's a good 10 minutes drive to the Edgar Sviabko very kindly put me up with a couple of Russian chaps, which was incredibly entertaining when they got the vodka out.
Ah, yeah, see, the Russian vodka. There's game over then, isn't it?
It was when he mentioned the Russian roulette I went to bed.
There we go, there's on the screen, flashes up, Heat 1 GT30, and that's coming up, as you said, John, in a few minutes. It's time for us to go grab some refreshments.
Indeed. We'll wrap this up, and I'll see you about 20 past the hour.
Yeah.
dar kartelį norėčiau padėkoti nuostabiai Kupiškio miesto publikai. Taip pat norėčiau padėkoti visiems, kurie atvyko ir iš kitų miestų stebite Europos čempionato pirmenybės Kupiškio mariose, o taip pat norėčiau priminti, kad 2020 metai dar nesibaigė. Vis dėlto norėčiau paprašyti žiūrovų tiesiog dar toks trumpas primanimas iš mano ir organizatorių pusės. Laikykite saugaus atstumo, nesibūriuokite į vieną vietą, be abejo šeimos nariais viskas suprantama, tačiau stenkitės palaikyti socialinę distanciją, rekomenduotina socialinę distanciją tarpusavyje, pasimojuoti iš tolo, plaukite rankas, nelieskite veido ir nebent tai yra tiesiog plaukite dažnai rankas ir taip pat būkit laimingi. Toks būtų mūsų palinkėjimas. O taip pat mes labai dėkojame mūsų draugams ir partneriams, be kurių būtų sudėtinga suruošti tokio pobūdžio varžybas apskritai. Tai labai dėkojame Sarens mūsų draugams, taip pat GPS meistras, gpsmeistras.lt, daug informacijos ten, tentukas.lt, be jokios abejonės. Dėkojame Kupiškio miesto merui ir Kupiškio miesto savivaldybei už prisidėtą iniciatyvą. Uždaroji akcinė bendrovė Narjanta, taip pat dėkojame jiems. VRD Baltic, vidaus vandens kelių direkcijai, taip pat labai dėkojame. Aukštaitijos kasyba. Taip pat dėkojame Kupiškėnų studijai, Hegelman transporte, Velceka, atsiprašau, ir taip pat Sushi Sports, Bikuva, Čiki ir daugelį kitų. Projekto organizatorius Lietuvos motorlaivių federacija, daugiau informacijos www.lmf.lt. vaizde Kupiškio mariose šuoliuoja 2 vietų specialiai pramogai gaminta dvivietė vandens formulė, kurios variklis yra 2,5 litro, 2 taktis, taip pat 200 arklio galių. Mercury gamybos, amerikiečių variklis, antroje formulėje jų forsuoti, negalima, o kas padaryta pas šį brolį Latvį, negaliu pasakyti. Tačiau buvimas viduje išties yra, nuostabus dalykas ir kiekvienam rekomenduoju tą išbandyti. Pilotas, kuris, jeigu tai būtų varžybos, jisai neatleistų akceleratoriaus pedalo iki galo nuspaudęs, jisai būna nuo pat pradžių iki pat pabaigos. Galvojate, kaip stabdo prieš posūkius? Praktiškai nestabdo. Tiesą sakant, vanduo sustabdo šią formulę, galbūt šiek tiek palėtina ją posūkiuose, o pilotas sąmoningai pilotuodamas šią formulę tiesiog nuleidžia patį sraigtą arba patį variklį šiek tiek giliau į vandenį. To pasiekoje pontonai ir formulės sponsonai sukimba su vandeniu, įsikimba į tą vandenį ir kadangi vanduo turi tikrai tam tikros trinties ir 700 kartų yra tankesnis už orą, todėl į vandenį įsikibusi formulė gali taip greitai išvystyti posūkius. Į posūkį gali įvažiuoti praktiškai maksimaliu greičiu. Tai tas yra iš mažiausia įspūdinga. O taip pat šiai formuliai pilotuoti reikia tikrai specialių įgūdžių, ne kiekvienas gali atlaikyti tokius krūvius. Aš atsimenu šios dvigubos formulės pilotą kalbinau Zarasuose, jis sakė, kad per savaitgalį buvo prisukęs 250 ratų vien su žiūrovais, tai iš esmės 400 ratų, aš nežinau, tai yra labai reikėtų būti ištvermingam, nes atsisėdus ten kaip karuselė, net nenoriu sakyti, bet tiesiog tos G apkrovos ir visas tas potyris, adrenalinas, plus dar vilki specialią aprangą, tokią vasaros karštą dieną, tikrai tam tikrą prasme sekina. Tačiau vis dėlto aš manau, kad jeigu jam nebūtų linksma, jis neplauktų. Kiekvienas žmogus yra pasirinkimas. Taigi aš manau, kad jeigu turite tokią galimybę, tokį pasirinkimą, kad galite paplaukti su dviviete formulė, pilotas, pati formulė, aš tikrai žinau, kad yra labai dėkinga šiems plaukimams, pramoginiams plaukimams, todėl tikrai labai nuoširdžiai rekomenduoju šią pramogą išbandyti, nes tai yra, vis dėlto neeilinė patirtis, ne kasdien atvažiuoja toks dalykas į Lietuvą, o skrosti vandens paviršiumi 170 km/h greičiu yra jau šis tas. Taip pat, jeigu jūsų namiškiai liko namuose, man labai skaudu dėl to, bet jeigu jie nori taip pat šiek tiek dalelę akies arba dalelę žvilgsnio numesti į tai, kas vyksta čia Kaune, jums nebūtinai reikia siųsti visą tai prifilmuotą medžiagą per kokį messengerį ar kažką panašaus. Jūs galite tiesiog numesti nuorodą arba jiems painformuoti, užsukti į YouTube kanalą Arena HD. Vyksta tiesioginė transliacija ir galite pasižiūrėti šias varžybas ir kitų kampų, kaip tai atrodo per kameras jūsų išmaniuosiuose telefonuose ar kompiuteryje. Bet kadangi jau esate čia, tai visiems gyvai stebintiems šias pramogas ant vandens ir šias varžybas tikrai manau, kad nereiktų nerti į internetą ar į telefoną. Čia tuo atveju, jeigu jūsų geri draugai liko namie ar kažkur kitur, tai galite pasidalinti dar kartelį YouTube paskyra Arena HD. Atsiprašau, kad lietuvių kalbos komisijos dėl HD vis dėlto mes esame įpratę sakyti tam tikrus dalykus kaip kontentas arba CD-romas arba nevaizduomis, o monitorius, tai kai kada tų svetimybių atkeliauja ir iki manęs, tai reikėtų sakyti Arena HD. Tai užsukite ten į YouTube paskyrą, paspauskite prenumeruoti, aš manau, kad tikrai visai būtų nieko. O daugiau apie varžybų kalendorių, apie motorlaivių federacijos vykdomą veiklą galite daugiau sužinoti per Lietuvos motorlaivių federacijos oficialų puslapį, tai yra lmf.lt. Taip pat norėčiau kreiptis į žiūrovus. Aš norėčiau, kad paplotų tie, kurie geba mane puikiai girdėti. Na, 20 žmonių girdi, užtenka. Man svarbiausia, kad Mantas Kuksinavičius girdi mane ir šitas šuniukas. Va. Įsitaisęs greičiausiai koks nors labai karališkasis pudelis, kuris yra labai gražus, minkšto kailio. Taip apie tave, bičiuliai, kalbam. Tai aš galiu pasakyti, kad aš, kai nueinu į svečius ir ten jeigu būna katinas, kuris sako, kad niekieno neprisileidžia, tai būtinai tas katinas pas mane ant kelių įsitaiso. Aš nežinau, kodėl, bet aš gyvūnus traukiu. Dar vienas ateina. Taip pat, kol mes turime tokią mažą pertraukėlę, kol visi laivai atsidurs vandenyje, visi GT30 klasės motorlaiviai prie starto leptelio. Norėčiau pasidžiaugti žiniomis, kurios pasiekė Lietuvos motorlaivių federacijos bendruomenė. Tai yra, kad šiais metais Kaune prie Kauno Marių senosios prieplaukos pradeda veikti unikali ir vienintelė tokia Lietuvoje motorlaivių akademija, kurioje jaunieji pilotai išmoks pirmasis pamokas, kaip valdyti motorlaivį, sužinos, kas tai yra motorlaivių sportas, dalyvaus Lietuvos čempionatuose, o greičiausiai pilotai turės galimybę varžytis Europos bei pasaulio čempionatuose, kurie yra organizuojami kiekvienais metais įvairiausiose pasaulio kraštuose. 2020 metais Akademijoje berniukams ir mergaitėms bus suteikta galimybė susipažinti ir išmokti valdyti Formula Future klasės motorlaivius. 2021 metais ir kitais metais Akademija planuoja įsigyti kitų kategorijų motorlaivius, tai yra vis galingesnių klasių motorlaivius, taip kad geriausi Lietuvos talentai turės galimybę tobulėti ir kilti sportininko karjeros laiptais. Jeigu jūs stebite šią nuostabią sporto šaką, galvojate, kad iš tikrųjų kiekviena sporto šaka, kai kuriuose sporto šakose, manau, kad yra tam tikras amžiaus, galbūt toks kažkoks tai reglamentas, taip ir yra šioje sporto šakoje taip pat. Tačiau aš manau, kad su motorlaiviais yra šiek tiek kitokia paprastesnė situacija. Jeigu jums 35 ar 40 ir norite atsisėsti prie galingo motorlaivio vairo, tai yra, aš manau, taip pat įmanoma, viskas tikrai nėra vėlu. Be abejo, įgūdžiai susiformuoja, kaip ir kitose sportuose, kuo anksčiau pradedi, tuo sėkmingesnė karjera gali būti. Tai gali būti delfinų arba nulinukų klasė, jau gali priimti jūsų atžalą nuo 6 metų, įsivaizduojat? Nuo 6 metų iki 7 metų yra ta vadinama pradinukų klasė, nulinukų, pirma klasė 8-9 metai ir taip pat antroji klasė 10-11 metų, trečia klasė jau 12-13, ketvirta klasė 14-15 ir penktoji klasė nuo 16 iki 18 metų. Na ir taip pat jau nuo 10 metukų galima sėsti prie GT15 laivo vairo, kurį mes matėme ir čia, ir kur Nida Kilinskaitė neplaukė su juo, ir mūsų kitas lietuvaitis Naglis Repko. Tai GT15 klasė yra tikrai pakankamai populiari, joje nesudėtinga startuoti ir aš manau, kad kalbant apie tam tikras galbūt kainas, eurus, aš dabar tikrai nenorėčiau spekuliuoti tam tikromis kainomis ar spėti, bet aš galiu pasakyti, įmanoma susirinkti techniką nuo 6-7 tūkstančių eurų. Iš tikrųjų, tikrai labai konkurencinga technika. Aš manau, kad dar truputėlis pasikonsultavimo su Lietuvos motorlaivių federacijos prezidentu Edgaru Repko. Ir kodėlgi ne. Ir aš manau, kad mes turime dar vieną labai pažangų naujoką, kuris, manau, kad galimybės ne tik Kaune, apskritai Lietuvoje treniruotis, laisvai treniruotis ir gerinti savo rezultatus ir paskui parodyti pasaulyje arba tarptautinėse varžybose, kad ir Europos čempionate. Savo galimybės tikrai yra labai aukštos ir labai realios galimybės. Todėl labai siūlau pasidomėti plačiau, jeigu jums tik tai patinka, jeigu jūsų vaikas, kaip matome, mes turime ir nemažai panelių, kurios netgi dar geriau plaukia už daugumą berniukų, kažkaip tai galbūt taip ir yra. Tai tiesiog, jeigu jūsų atžala duria pirštu į vandenį, tai galimybės tikrai yra ir reikia tiesiog pasidomėti. Aš manau, kad pirmas punktas, ką jums reikėtų tiesiog padaryti, užbėgti į Lietuvos motorlaivių federacijos oficialų tinklapį lmf.lt kontaktai ir susirandat kontaktą ir pasiklausinėjat, kas jums yra išties tikrai įdomu. Aš tokius pirmus nuogastavimus išreiškiau, kodėl mes čia visi laukiam, o panašu, kad viskas vyksta pagal grafiką, mėly bičiuliai. Taigi, nevarykim Dievo į medį, vis dėlto mes norime padaryti taip, kad galbūt mes nedarykim taip, kad būtų greičiau. Darykim taip, kad būtų patogiau. Tai tą ir padarykime jau mūsų lenktynių officials, tai yra mūsų varžybų teisėjai, kurie prižiūri visą tvarką, jau mojuoja savo rankytėmis ir duoda tam tikrą gestikuliacinį ženklą mūsų dalyviams šių varžybų, kad jau galima leisti juos į vandenį. Na, taip pat gaila, kad į OSY-400 klasės šias Europos pirmenybės net keliavo pas mus netgi 3. Iš viso mes turime netgi 6 sportininkus OSY-400 klasėje vien tik tai Lietuvoje. Tai Donatas Urbanavičius iš Mega Driving komandos, dėja jis negalėjo pasirodyti dėl tam tikrų priežasčių, tačiau mes turime jo komandos draugą Gytį Višniauską. Jam dar taip pat iki sėkmės panašu, kad šiandieną toli su technika nepavyksta susidraugauti. Aurelijus Stankevičius taip pat buvęs pirmosiuose Lietuvos motorų federacijos pirmajame taurės etape. Užėmė 5. vietą, Donatas Urbanavičius buvo 6. Joris Gūžė, irgi mes jo pasigendam. Taip pat viename iš plaukimų sudalyvavo tikrai pakankamai sėkmingai. Kalbu apie Liepos 18-osios pirmąjį Lietuvos etapą. Ir antrame plaukime buvo netgi 1. Ir tikrai manau, kad buvo visos galimybės gerai pasirodyti galbūt ir šiame Europos čempionate. Priežasčių, kodėl nepasirodė, mes nežinome. Arvydas Dranseika, atstovaujantis KTU, taip pat jis yra čia, Lietuvos motorų federacijos čempionate, jisai respublikinėme čempionate yra 2. Gintaras Marcinkus panašu, kad sėkmingai ir toliau lyderiauja Lietuvos motorų federacijos čempionate, Europos čempionate, taip pat jam per pirmąjį plaukimą labai gerai. Nenorėčiau pasakyti, kad nuskilo, dėl to, kad jis matosi, kad startuoja gerai, jo startai yra puikus, Gintaras visada pasižymėjo gerai startais ir niekados nepaleidžia savo oponentų labai į priekį, todėl visada sukiojasi tarp lyderių ir taip pat puikiai aš jį atsimenu ir per Baltijos šalių čempionatą praeitais metais, taip pat buvo geriausia sportinė forma belaikantis lietuvaitis OSY-400 klasėje. Labai smagu, kad ta bendruomenė tokia artima, tokia gera ir pagerino ir mano informacijos, ir mano žinias. Tai dėkoju Vitalijui Repko, kuris painformavo truputėlį mane su žiniomis Lietuvos motorolų federacijos čempionate, OSY-400 klasėje. Joris Gužė gali startuoti, tačiau tarptautinėse varžybose pagal reglamentą OSY-400 klasėje Joris dėja dar nėra 16 metų. Tai dėl to mes Jorio ir neturime OSY-400 klasėje šiame Europos čempionate. Na, o dabar panašu, kad mes po truputėlį jau galime susikaupti. GT30 klasės motorlavių pirmasis įskaitinis plaukimas. 2 minutės iki starto.
Welcome back. Jason, are you hooked up back in England?
Yeah, all hooked up, I believe. Can you hear me, John?
I can indeed.
Bingo. Here we go then. This is GT30 then, John. Heat number 1.
Indeed. Indeed. I just hope you've got some refreshments. We've had afternoon tea of scones and cream and jam here, and a pot of tea. This is what you do in Lithuania.
Yeah, and what I do in England at the moment, sort of nursing my slight headache. So I've got 3 potatoes left to eat, and that should be job done, I think. So we're ready to go anyway. Ready for this, the first heat of GT30s. And John, who are we watching out for in heat number 1?
So I'm just pulling up the timing screen. You can find that timing screen on time4.racing. I know it's also going to be in the top left of your screen. And they're off with 50 in the lead and 76 right behind. And the Norwegian number 1 in 3rd. Not quite the start he wanted as they head towards the first buoy.
Yeah, so Solvang then still with it all to do, currently, as you said, in that 3rd position, but it could change around the first turn then, so into turn 1, do we all make it safely? No, there's an entanglement there, I'm pretty sure, 2 boats, 2 white boats then, getting close together, they touched, I believe, so problems already, and someone else having all sorts of dramas on turn 2, so an interesting start, John. But Solvang, it says at the timing screen, in the lead, so he did jump from 3rd to 1st.
And Solvang back in 3rd now by the looks of things. Just on the... he's having another look as they go into this far buoy.
Well, just as the GT15s provided drama, I think the GT30 certainly, well, they're all up the right way at the moment, so that's the main thing, but certainly a lot of bumping and scraping and hooking at the moment, but it looks ideal conditions. I do fear there's a little bit of a breeze, but John, I mean, you're going to tell me otherwise. You said you're right.
No, that breeze has just come up in the last 5 minutes, which a few of the spectators are pretty pleased about, because it was starting to get incredibly hot.
So the action, I think, is hot now, even though the temperatures may be cooling slightly in Lithuania.
Well, it's definitely hotter than a night out with the man trips, that's for sure.
Not too difficult. As we go into the next turn, now look how rough the water, and this is only after lap 2, and it's already chopping up. So where is Solvang? Yeah, you're right, John. So Solvang is back there in 3rd. Subla then. Subla 2nd.
And it looks as if the Finn is about to relinquish his lead. Artu Sari. And it is absolutely neck and neck there. Can you see that, Jason, at that Vaca there on the screen? And he loses his lead and he spins out. Karel Sudler spins out, got the lead, lost it, and Andre Solvang takes a look. Wow, this is a battle royale for these top 3 boats.
Yeah, look at this for drama, GT30 drama action, heat number 1 then. I think Solvang could just hold his head together, but here we go again. I mean, I don't know, it's difficult to predict. They just need to keep cool.
Carol Sudler, fine piece of driving after that little spin there, and now they're making up some good time. The Norwegian having a look on this boy, and he's got him. Yeah,
well, look at the power there. So into the lead then.
And once again, it's neck and neck between the Norwegian and the Finn.
So this is drama. This is all action then happening right out front.
Jason,
Sorry in second.
Jason, this is sensational racing.
It is sensational stuff, and I think a few people at home have been waiting for it, but it is sensational. But it may not be sensational for Solvang or for Sari, but wait and see. Round the turn once more.
And Carol Sudler now looking a class apart.
But it will be now the pressure now of Sori piling on the pressure on Sudler. So what can Carol do? Is she cool? I mean, John, you probably spoke to her today. Is she calm and collected, or is
yeah, very determined? I would describe it.
So the action continues, and again, it will be a very short race of, I'm guessing, what, John, 8 laps have we got on the... So Solvang in second position, 2019 world champion, only 16 years of age.
Yeah, and Carol's 19. She was born back in 2001. She comes from Tartu in Estonia.
The slightly older head on experienced shoulders, just over Solvang. But these are the drivers of the future, of course, and they'll progress from here. They'll go either into Formula 4 and then make that natural progression, I guess, to, and we've seen it in the past, into Formula 2. But some drama here, John, for second position.
Yep, the Norwegian is now starting to pull away from the Finn. He is the world champion, the reigning world champion of GT30.
Yeah, oh, in a moment, oh, and that was almost touching, and misses the buoy, and that's disaster. So that is surely, well, is the buoy dislodged? I think it stays there, doesn't it? But certainly a penalty will be given for that, which I'm sure will be a deduction of 1 lap. And Sari is going to be very sorry for himself, I think, there.
Remarkable how we had the action at the beginning, and it looks as if the Finn has just dropped another place to another Finn, Sami Räikkönen.
Yeah, down into 4th position.
And he captures it back. So there's a battle there for 3rd. But there's no disputing 1st and 2nd. Walk in the park stuff here for Carol.
Just looking at this black boat that we've got in shot at the moment, a very strange, certainly it's a little black dot on my screen, but certainly a very peculiar looking GT30 hull.
Yeah, I was talking to Garis Ryabko about that earlier. We saw it spin out in practice. And if you watch it on the screen, whether you're seeing that on the screen or not, it certainly could pull some interesting moves.
Certainly in the mid-pack, so you know, it's got some performance. But yeah, again there, John, I mean,
yeah,
quite a tight tank hooked up.
That was exactly where it was lost in practice earlier.
Yeah, I mean, if you're watching the rest of the boats, they kind of, because they got the wing effect, they kind of just drift off and drift round the corners where that seems to dig in much more as we just watched the game. But certainly, I think there's some speed there, definitely some pace in that boat.
But what is really great here is we've got an international European race. It's been led by a lady. She is the item. Powerboat racing, a sport where men and women compete on equal terms. Or maybe not this way. The women have got their upper hand here this afternoon.
So number 50 having a bit of a moment then, just on the exit of turn 3, I think it was, but certainly round the next boy a little bit better than the previous one. Yeah, Sublet on the way home to a win, possibly, if it all hangs together.
I'm just looking. I'm looking for my UIM official on the right-hand side with the flag, and I haven't seen him as yet.
So we're on 6 laps, so this is lap 7, I make it, possibly. So it could be an 8-lap race then. And Sublet, Solvang and Sari are your top 3 drivers at the moment. So that could change, a lot can happen. We've seen it happen in this race with boats spinning out all over the place. So let's see if Carroll can just hang on for one more lap. This is lap number 7, and once again, John, we're looking at the black boat there. It almost looks enclosed. I know there's no canopy on the top, but certainly very, very tight cockpit where I'm watching.
And it's the only hull out there with a screen, isn't it?
Yeah, it seems that way. It's almost like a tunnel boat top deck.
It does, doesn't it? It reminds me of many years ago, a friend of mine who converted a Burgess circuit boat into an offshore boat. It reminds me of that. And look, it's done the same thing again on that boy.
Yeah, oh, definitely handling issues then. Our friend there, but all that was he sorted out. Maybe could even be a propeller.
And here comes the checker, Jason.
So Carroll Sudler then looking to win heat number 1 for the European Championships, and will take the checkered flag. 8 laps completed as predicted, and congratulations to Carroll on the victory there. And Solvang from 3rd on the grid to 2nd. Not a bad little afternoon racing.
He'll take the 300 Heat 1 points.
Sari, 3rd position. And he's got to be gutted actually for starting in pole, dropping down to that 3rd place. But it all kind of went a little bit wrong for him.
And we haven't mentioned him in this race, Hilmer Wilberg, who's also racing in GT15, 7th.
Yeah, so, and that's a drop down in positions as well, starting 4th on the grid. So big names dropping down from their qualifying times.
And 3rd position was the Finn Artu Sari from 2 other Finns, from Noel and Sami.
Yeah, as you say, John, drivers from Estonia, Latvia, Finland, Sweden.
Finland have come with a lot of support. Their race promoter, Race Weekend, they're here. I met the couple at lunchtime. Once again, they're super passionate how they can promote the sport in Finland, looking at all sorts of angles, even exploring going out on television on their main network television channel.
And I think they'll all be looking up to their number 1 driver, Sami Selio. Because,
yep, Sammy's here with his son.
So we've completed half of the race programme today with the first heat of all of the classes, all of the GT30, 15 and OSY-400. So we now go into heat number 2, and I guess really starting again with the GT15s, the slightly smaller engine size monohull, although you can bolt the GT30 engine onto the back of the GT15, and that was a great idea initially to, you know, it cuts down on cost. You don't have to go out and buy a completely different outfit. You can just bolt on back the GT30 engine onto the back of the GT15 boat, which is good, and I think that's why we're seeing good numbers in both classes. I mean, we've got 13 entries in the GT30 class, and we have 16, I think, entries in the GT15 class. It might be even more.
Now, Heat 2, GT15, as you were just talking about, that's up local time at 16:15. So half an hour from now. We are hoping to have a special guest at Garis Ryabko for the Heat 2 races. He's currently out on the water, taking guests for a spin around this beautiful lake. This two-seater is a very popular idea, Jason.
Yeah, it's a great idea because I think the problem with boat racing is with car racing, everyone who drives has a rough idea what car racing feels like when they get in their car, when they drive home from a race or after watching the Grand Prix. On a motorbike, a similar kind of thing. If you're watching the GT racing or the superbikes or whatever, you get a feel what it feels like on a motorbike. With powerboat racing, you can't really do that unless you've got a boat and a lake to actually travel at speed on.
We also, we also see this at the F1 H2O races. The two-seater there's driven by the Briton Matthew Porferman. And I can't remember where we were last year, but Matthew was taking a guest out. We may well have been in Portugal. But the problem was Matthew had been out for a curry the night before. And Matthew should have said, you should have seen the guest's face.
Was that an attempt of a northern accent there?
It was. It's a northern accent I do to replicate Matthew.
But yeah, I'm sure that Matthew's missing his seat time in the two-seater.
He's obviously not been involved in anything this year, but he's bought himself a ski boat, and he's been getting. He said to me last night, he's been getting an awful lot of time on the water, and he's absolutely thrilled with his investment because the weather, obviously, in England's been fantastic. And he said he thinks he spent more time on the water this year than he did last.
That's great stuff. I know some people from our way have bought themselves little pleasure crafts, and they're, I'd like to say, whizzing up and down the Broads, but of course it's a 5 mile an hour speed limit, so
yeah.
Not quite whizzing up and down, but yeah, they're just wanting to be out in something on the water, and you know, they can't race boats, so buy a pleasure craft and do it that way. So we just have this few moments then, just while we swap the boats around, while we go from GT30 action to GT15 action, which is next, heat number 2 coming up.
Well, after that sensational action in GT30 Heat 1, are we ready for it?
Well, I think so. I mean, so the rain stopped here, which means that we can now see clearly out of the window. There's no action out there, so we can be fully focused on what's happening in Lithuania on the screen here. Now, I'm looking at the screen, John. I can see the start pontoon, obviously. I'm just trying to pinpoint where you may or may not be. Now, I know that you're near a white van, but
I'm underneath a crane.
All right, so that's out of out of view at the moment. So,
hiya, mate. How are you?
So have you had a go in the two-seater, John?
The idea was I was going to go last weekend with Marit, but obviously the COVID restrictions didn't allow that. And I was certainly never ever going out with Matthew. I mean, it's bad enough going in a road car.
I've been in a pedalo with Matthew, and that was probably enough. He was younger then.
You know, my Latvian photographer's just joined me, and we're just discussing about shots for the article this evening. He's got some absolute corkers. So what the viewers don't know is that you obviously sent me one of the pictures earlier on of the what was that? Was that the GT15 action, wasn't it? Yes. The two boats coming together, and I was trying to identify what part of the boat was flying off. I thought it may have been a mirror, but I was wondering also, was it part of the steering arm or even possibly something black there, isn't it? But anyway, whatever, it came off. So we're talking about technology. You're sitting in England. I'm just watching the photographer, how he's loading shots from his camera, his massive camera, onto his cell phone and just pinging them across to me. It's wonderful, isn't it? Brilliant stuff. If only Chris Davies could do that. I'm sure he's watching. And if you are, Chris, good afternoon. And, he's actually he's at work today. He's trying to mend the GDP of the United Kingdom. Busy man as always. I think it's interesting, Jason, you commentating for another country, but this happens on television and did do many times. James Hunt and Murray Walker, a lot of the big flyaways to Australia, places like that, they would commentate from London. Yep, in their little BBC studio or whatever. So I guess this is kind of a little bit like that. I've not worked out which one you are yet. Are you James? Or are you Murray? You possibly could be James. Being a little bit controversial, John. Not saying that you are, but to be fair, I feel more Murray's age. And the Playboy. Honestly, with these Russian roommates, what they did last night, I feel more Murray Walker's age. And he's got to be what? He must be 150 by now. I think it's wonderful. Sure. Wonderful. Lost James in what was it? 91, a long time ago. Wow, as long as that, yep. Well, that was actually how we got to find out that Murray Walker and James Hunt commentated from London, because they commentated on a faraway race. I can't remember where it was. And, of course, he sadly had the heart attack the next day in Wimbledon, and people said, well, how did he get back so quickly? Ah, right, yeah. So the cover was blown. It was, yeah. It was. Apparently, I think it's in Walker's biography. It was a bit embarrassing at the time. I know what great chemistry those two had. I mean, I think Martin Brundle and Murray were quite good, but those two were just fantastic. Yeah. And initially, Murray Walker hated James Hunt, absolutely hated him, furious with him. I mean, his first commentary he got. It was on the booze before the commentary. Then was in the booth and obviously needed to use the loo, so he just kept filling up a bottle in front of Murray Walker. I believe they shared just one microphone, didn't they? And I think there was a little bit of to talk. And, yes. I think I really enjoyed the Silverstone race, the Channel 4 coverage. I really enjoyed the idea of having two drivers, ex-drivers, Coulthard and Webber. And there's a little bit of banter going on between them, and I think that really works. Yeah, because they both know what experiences the drivers are going through and everything else. And last year, when we were in Conus, Jason, I managed to get in. We got a few names in, didn't we? We had Guido Cappellini talking to us, Rashid, and one or two others. And let's be fair, people want to hear from them, and not necessarily us or me, really. Yeah, they're probably not interested in our views some of the time. Well, I tell you something. Our views are probably right. Yeah, I'll tell you something. She's certainly saving me a few quid on roaming talking to you here. Ah, there we go.
So Edgar Ross looks like he's doing a whole Grand Prix out there with his VIP guests.
Yeah. When I asked him to do the commentary with us this afternoon for Heat 2, he actually wanted to be paid.
I hope you didn't tell him what you were getting paid.
I said I'd pay Lithuanian rates.
Is that good? That's good for you. It's good for your pocket. So I'm just looking at the lake, John. Obviously you're there on not. There seems to be sort of, some of it is a grass bank. There's a concrete sort of concourse. I mean, is there a wall or any kind of barrage at any end? Or I mean,
No. And then to our left, so away from the start gate, there's a beautiful house on grounds. And then on to opposite that, where the race pits are, that's sort of a natural parkland. Thank you, my friend. Natural parkland where people are there today enjoying the weather. And you know, I spoke to a couple of Lithuanians at breakfast. They're very aware that summer's coming towards its end, and they're trying to maximise it.
Yeah, that's it. I think that's what we're trying to do over here, isn't it? We're trying to just get our last bits of summer in. It's been a short year as far as summer's concerned. But there we go. I just thought I'd mention barrage because Scott Curtis asked me to say the word barrage, really. So we got it in. Well done, Scott. Thanks for the entertainment. Also, just quite interested in the inflatable wipeout thing. Now, surely Johnny must have been on that. I
tried last night after 10 of those Lithuanian beers, but I was pulled off. And we've just been joined by the Lithuanian commentator. He's been giving the PA. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, everybody. Hope you enjoying this wonderful weekend.
Now, you've been commentating to the public here this afternoon, but as I was, I think I was telling someone at lunchtime, Matilda, wasn't I? You are incredibly famous on Lithuanian television.
Some say yes. I'm considering as just a huge fan, and I grew up in this community since I was 5 or 6. My father was a well-known powerboat event master and actually multi-time champion in Lithuania, and also in foreign Soviet Union, USSR back in the day. So, and he's dedicated for this sport more than 30 years. So I pretty know this community here in Lithuania. I saw Edgar Resrabkov when he was starting his career in S550 class, which is in comparison Formula 5. When he was 18 when we first met up, and I started as in a junior class as not S, I guess, or S, yeah. 250. So I was in the water, 3 races, and I'm okay. I was experienced 1 flip up, and I'm done. I'm enjoying more speaking, neither participating.
Now, unlike Jason, you're a paid commentator, aren't you? And I've seen your Instagram.
I love Jason, yeah, and I wish that Jason will be here as well. And I'm really glad to see you yesterday, John, and to be here and share your knowledge and your point of view, what is going on here in Kupiškis in Lithuania. So it's in comparison in 2020, it's very extraordinary year for all of us, I think. But we're happy that we accomplish the mission impossible, and we do the European Championship in 3 classes. So yeah.
So what can you tell us about the problems that COVID has caused to an event like this? What extra things have had to be done?
Actually, from my perspective, I'm a special event organizer. So I'm organizing these events, weddings, birthday parties and stuff. So I'm already very, very touched by COVID-19 because for like 50% of my my guarantee income just blown away to the next year, or we delayed or postponed everything. And what we need to be done for this special event is to guarantee that people not stand close to each other. So the wide open space. We also, what we do is to make sure everybody has own private space. Also more, I guess, less queuing in special directions like well, where's lunchtime or dinner time there and there. So open space, a huge space, not crowded space, and we do everything what we can do at maximum to help to keep the life busy at these circumstances and so on. So we do what the law is written by. So
now you're wearing a splendid pair of Rupert the Bear trousers. Do you think that helps with social distancing?
I think not, but to be honest, but everybody's asking about my trousers. So I was thinking about the international commentator, and Edgar has mentioned international commentator, and I've spot on. I thought about you, so I got a glance that you're gonna be today, and I remember from previous year experience how you like these trousers, so I put them on purpose, and also for as a guy who's standing on the stage, it's by the policy. You cannot wear shorts. You need to wear trousers, and this is my favorite trousers by far.
Well, you mentioned Garis Ryabko. He's just messaged me from his two-seater, and he'll definitely be joining us for the Heat 2 races this afternoon. So we look forward to his input, Jason.
Yeah, that's going to be good because, as I said, he will have a great insight on not only what it's like out on the water, but how the whole event is coming together, and hopefully about the future for Formula 2 in the next few weeks. That should be good. Should be a good listen.
Now, we've got a while until we look forward to the start of the Heat 2 races. And how about yourself? Did you really enjoy that last GT30 race?
Sure, because there was a few differences, because Laura Lakovica actually got a bit of a spin-off after first turn. Also, there was a bit of drama about third place, and there was a bit of a fighting in the midfield. So the quali shows different results, and Heat 1 shows different results. So we cannot predict so far what is going on. Yeah, the leaders are by far are very fast. We're not expecting miracles from Lithuanian pilot Mantas Kukcinavičius, but we hope he will increase his starting position for Heat 3 after better start after Heat 2. And yeah, not miracles, but there's a closer battles there and there. So I'm happy with the result, yeah.
Well, it's been lovely speaking to you this afternoon, and hope the rest of the afternoon goes well for you. Jason, I think we'll probably just take a break and come back 5 minutes before the start of the next race.
Yeah, join you all very shortly.
Okay, cheers now.
Ką? Ai, por favor. Tuoj. Jo, kaip anksčiau.
Dėmesio, bičiuliai, norėčiau pranešti tai, kad net už 10-5 minučių mes turėsime labai gerą antrąjį momentą GT15 klasėje.
Bet tai kaip arena be prikolų? Standart. Ir toks geras filmavimas. Думаю, мисляет как лет. Ką? Ne, aš atraniau prieš tą. Nors nebemetipo putnau, galiu pats sudėti. Tai galėjai prisės? Tai
this afternoon, we are about to start in heat number 2. GT15 pilots and mechanics. There's a quite huge question why there's no boats on the water yet. So please be hurried and go to the waters.
Gali perjungti gal mano vaizdą, mano kameros.
Jo.
Na. Na, ką paduok dabar man tuos dalykus. Dabar sudėtinga bus nečiūnantis padaryti. Laidas.
Yes, and you will get free beer today in our VIP tent. Yes. Yes. Yeah. Have you read?
Nors ateškiu?
Yeah.
Hang on, what's it a 7?
So everything is good?
Sorry?
Everything is okay?
Yeah, Jason thinks we're
Yeah? Nice. He's working from his home? Nice.
GT15 klasės motorlaiviai jau po truputėlį vandenyje, netrukus įsirikiuos pagal paskutiniuosius plaukimo rezultatus. Priminsiu dar visiems rokiruotę, kas, kur ir kaip. Na ir panašu, kad Alvio tėtis Uvis Latkeris tikrai patenkintas dabartinę poziciją. Jam pavyko atkovoti vieną poziciją startavus iš antros ir paskui aplenkus švedą. Pavyko susportuoti gerai viename iš posūkių ir aplenkti Švedijos atstovą. Ir paskui Alvis nepaliko niekam galimybių jį aplenkti, net ir nuožmėjam švedui, ir to pasekoje Alvis Latkeris šį plaukimą startuos iš pirmosios pozicijos. Nida Kilinskaitė panašu, kad kvalifikacijoje buvo trečia, užtikrintai finišavo trečia ir pirmajame įskaitinime plaukime. Pasižiūrėsime, kaip jai seksis. Naglis Trepko taip pat startavo šiose pirmenybėse, kvalifikacijoje nepasisekė, na, o po pirmojo plaukimo taip pat negalėčiau nieko geresnio pasakyti jo fanams. 15 pozicija iš Naglio pusės iš 16. Taip kad, na, dar reikia rinkti patirtį, reikia šlifuoti techniką ir nieko nepadarysi, taip jau yra.
Yeah, yeah.
I get like donations from the website.
Yeah.
Blue all that.
Donate on my vehicle.
We sell hats here.
I guess it's like this. Yeah.
Because he said the donation.
Yeah, he's here. I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it was kind of weird. Before I booked my flights, I didn't know if he thought I was coming or I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, everyone should go regularly.
Ready. And how does it work? Everything?
Sorry?
How does it work? Everything?
So I have a microphone and I can ask you questions.
Okay.
You won't be able to hear Jason unless he gets another set of earphones. Charge down there. Time is straight up.
Dovydai, mano kamera sprogas.
I know. There are many different.
I'm not going to spend a load of time on that today. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. They're all on it.
Dar kol kas ne.
I go to.
Maybe I need to take.
So go on to the time for right, and you download the PDFs.
Yeah. Dan proberen. We proberen het.
Yeah.
What?
I'll go to the official Facebook.
Yeah.
I won't come on here. Because what I'll end up doing, wait a load of time and then. Right. This is, you know, this is why Chris Davis always does his writing so late at night. You know? I mean, last year I was 4 hours ahead of you. You know, that was and I just no. It was just too late. You rang your time to 10 o'clock and it's 2 o'clock in the morning. Yeah, so what we do is on race control, they'll post them up and say post them, and then they'll be protest and shout and speak. The fathers will be giving
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
do this to my son.
I'm sure it will happen.
I've seen this before.
Even, especially in GT3.
It's, we were talking about last night. Do you know Fiona Tesco? She used to race them. Bought her son.
Not the one.
Tai pasuk kažkur į vaizdą. Jo, gerai. Užfiksavai?
Ką?
Užfiksavai? Iš kairės pusės šone turi būti. Gerai, užvesk mašiną.
fantastiška atmosfera čia Kupiškyje. Aš norėčiau dar kartelį paklausti prieš antrąjį plaukimą. Žmonės kaip nusiteikia, ar yra gyvų? Ar yra gyvų? Taip. Atsibundam, taip, labai gerai. Aš labai tikiuosi, kad vasara ir ši kaitri saulė tikrai jūsų neištaškė. Dar kartelį norėčiau parekomenduoti. Kai kada būna tas momentas, žinot, prieina mama ir sako, kad nežaisk jau sūnaus su kompiuteriu. Nu, ne man tai būna, bet tiesiog taip. Tai aš irgi tas norėčiau būti tas toks minimalus balsas, kuris karts nuo karto jums primintų. Laikykite socialinės distancijos, būkite saugus ir taip pat nedehidratuokite. Vartokite skysčius, kurie tikrai jums pagerins sveikatą, o taip pat mes jau esame pasiruošę antrajam plaukimui, antrajam įskaitiniam plaukimui GT15 klasėje. Šioje klasėje varžosi ne tik paaugliai, vyrukai, bet ir mūsų dama, mūsų Lietuvos viltis Nida Kilinskaitė, jinai 3 pozicijoje ir pasižiūrėsime, ar jinai pasigerins savo poziciją po šio plaukimo. Na ir tai bus paskutinysis plaukimas šiandien šioje klasėje. Taip pat nuo 10 iki 16 metų šioje klasėje yra toks amžiaus cenzas. Na ir tai yra pati pačių pradžia visiems sportininkams. Tokia tarptautinė klasė GT15, 15 arklio galių.
The Heat 2 races this afternoon. And while we wait for Jason to join us back in England, let's have a chat to UIMF2 double European champion and the organiser of this weekend, Edgaras Riadko. Absolutely super to speak to you and have you with us this afternoon, Edgaras.
Yeah. Hello to everybody. Yeah, very busy weekend for me, but I think everything is fine. The weekend is so nice weather forecast, and we had no accidents. Everything is going okay.
Okay, so we've got this wonderful music again, which we're absolutely sure was used on a May Day parade in Moscow in 1982. I think it was one of Brezhnev's favourites.
Yeah, this sounds this music I found about 5 years ago, and I tried it in Kupiškis and Zarasai a few years ago, and everybody liked it so much. So now I'm using it in every start.
So you've actually admitted responsibility. This was your choice, because the Lithuanian commentator said, "Where on earth did they get that music from?"
Yeah, this is my fault. Sorry.
Well, we'll let this play out. It's a little. They haven't got the volume up as much for this. So GT15 first heat. Edgaras has just got the results come through. The big news is that Ardis Slakterius was. Salutis was disqualified. That was boat number 83. But Noel Slakterius takes the win in GT15. Yes. Now on the water, that was Hilmar Wilberg won.
Yes, Nils Slakterius won the first heat, and younger Ardis Slakterius, he had some accident and he didn't finish. But it was small accident, but everything is fine.
Okay, so those are the results. We'll be posting those later on Powerboat Racing World. And let's see what else have you got here. OSY-400 as it was on the water. And let's have a look at GT15 and the same for that. So no disqualifications. Oh, sorry, GT30. So we're good there as well. So. And we're off. And guys is telling me there's a jump start, as you can probably see on your screen. Jason, are you with us?
Yeah, that was a bit of a messy start, wasn't it? 2 boats went away, and then it was all a bit, shall we go, shan't we go? But if you start early, if those lights come on and you go when they come on, then you just have to go anyway, because it's pointless hanging around. You've already started. It's too late. Just get out of the way, get on with it. And that's what they did. So they've done the right thing. The question is, how is this now going to affect the race, and how is it going to affect pole position man Slakterius, because he won't want anybody getting in his way, and I think he's cleared it now just looking at it. So I think Slakterius is up and away, but we'll see how that was out.
So as we've just learned, he's got 400 points in the first heat, and he's looking to get 800 here in a total. But what, he got second and third there on that boy, Jason?
Yeah, so well, we can see some positions changing down the field as we look in the water once again. A little bit rough, a little bit choppy, just as the boats There's, what have we got, 16 boats going through the first 2 turns, and for a first lap that was certainly chopping up further down the field. So these boats causing a little bit of wake, and I think just reflecting onto that GT30 race that we see earlier, probably not helping cases there, I believe. You know, some drivers struggling, I think, with conditions, struggling in traffic. But look at this, John, some action at the front end of the field.
And as they come towards us, it is Slakteris, 51, leading this race. Things have really played into his hand, and he extends his lead. What do you think of Slakteris here, Edgaras?
Yeah, Slakteris is very, very fast this weekend, and I'm sure he can win. He can win this race. But Nida Kilinskaite, she's also very fast, and she finished 3rd in first heat. And now I think 2 boats in front of Nida made the jump start. So later on we will ask the OOD and we will check video, and I think 2 boats made the jump start.
Now, second overall is Jonas Lember from Estonia, 6th in Heat 1, into second.
Yes. I think actually I can go and ask OOD who made the jump start, but I think they will get 1 lap penalties.
Okay, that's interesting information, and we'll try and tidy it up as we get it. And Edgaras is sprinting off to the race officials. God, he's a fit chap.
He's keeping in race trim, isn't he? He's just keeping his finger on the pulse of things at the moment. We're watching another battle on. We just once again mid-pack between the yellow boat on the inside, just trying to pick up a good turn, but that's very close. And we've seen 2 boats touch already in GT15 here this afternoon. And let's hope that everyone keeps A, the boats up the right way, and B, no contact or no damage. That's what we don't want. So Slakteris then, out there in front, but Lember, that's a brilliant second position. 22 is the race number, in second position at the moment. And as you said, John,
Jonas Lember, yeah, and Edgaras is just going to check on that. So we'll wait and see if how that reflects on things. But Slakteris, it makes it, I guess, a little bit easier. He is definitely the clear leader. I don't recall seeing him jump early. So now, Jason, if I may, Edgaras has got an update for us.
Yes, OD told me that number 4, Paul from Estonia, and number 22, Jonas Lember from Estonia, they made a jump start. So I think they will get 1 lap penalties.
Okay, so the boat you're seeing second on the track won't be second at the end. It's got a lap penalty.
Yep, so that changes things dramatically. The second and third, I guess that you can write them off. That's good to hear, Edgaras. I wonder, is he still with you, John?
What was good to hear was he said there was free beer in his tent tonight. It was probably the finest words he's ever mentioned to me. And I said, well, why would you need free beer in Lithuania?
Well, I thought it was free. I'll catch a flight.
Well, that's the expensive bit. That's the problem with COVID. It cost me a lot of money to get a flight over here.
Yeah, let's just hope this all goes away pretty quickly. Let's have a look. So, Slakteris out there in front. So, Uvers will be watching, no doubt, with watchful eyes. But obviously a good mentor. Uvers Slakteris, of course, the father of young Slakteris Jr., who's out there in the lead. Like you said, John, you know, Uvers has led races and won races himself, so he knows what it feels like. I wonder if he can remember far back to his youth when he used to race in the smaller classes. And I also wonder what direction. Sorry, I wonder what direction Slakteris will end up going, and possibly follow in his father's footsteps, I would imagine.
Now coming up to the 5th lap. Did you pick up another infringement? No, just that one, yeah. It's actually very useful having the race control next to you, isn't it? Do you remember in Kaunas last year for UIMF2, we watched Tobias Muntkath win the race. We thought he'd won, and then only to be told he'd been docked a lap afterwards for hitting a buoy.
Yep, I remember it well.
I remember the Lithuanian commentators going mad because they'd gone out on live national television and you told everyone it was a Norwegian win, and it wasn't the case. It was Rashid from Abu Dhabi.
Yeah, but no dramas like that, I'm pretty sure, here this afternoon, as we're already on lap 5 now with this Heat 2 for GT15s, with Slakterus out there in front, and we see a position change on our scoreboard.
Now I'm watching our flagman get slowly bronzed, and he's got his hand on the checker, and he's getting extremely close to erecting it. It's gone up. The checkered flag's gone. So that is a win for 51 from Latvia, Slakterus. So, second on the water, 22, but he'll be docked a lap. Jason, do you want to take over for third, or second as it is?
Yep, so we watched then earlier the battle for that third position on the water, although you know, number 11 didn't realise that there was an infringement to be had, so 11 is third. As we look, 70 is fourth of Weiberg.
Could we get a camera on the flagman? He really is giving it some. It's wonderful.
They're quite heavy, actually, flags as well, aren't they? I don't know if you've ever waved the checkered flag or anything. But
well, I don't want to say anything, but the flagman's quite heavy.
So we should have some good arm action then.
He's still at it. It's wonderful.
But that's the conclusion then of the GT15 heat number 2. What they'll do now is
they're 50% through their European Championship.
It's looking good for Slakterus to be European champion, isn't it? And
well, when you think 30 minutes ago we wouldn't have called that, would we, Jason?
Certainly wouldn't. Now, last year, just looking at last year's results, he was third. So it's kind of been on the cards, I guess, but it looks like pretty positive things for him here this weekend in Lithuania.
And of course he's got a supportive family, his father and grandfather. See them all the races. And on a personal note, from Powerboat Racing World, I'd like to thank Atis Slakterus for help that he's given towards the website. In fact, I'd like to thank everyone that's helped. So, have you got your timetable in front of you back there in east of England?
I've got it written on my hand, believe it or not. So
wonderful.
OSY-400 is next. But wow. So Riabco's then Edgaros has just run back to his two-seater press boat.
He is just a dynamo.
Has he got a twin? Has he got a stunt double?
It's incredible. It really is. I mean, you and I, we were very impressed with him last year at Kaunas with his organisation. He's one of these guys that just manages to pull stuff together, but he does it without a fuss.
Yeah, but I felt so sorry for him as well last year. I mean, you know, we see it. He struggled in qualifying. In fact, you know, the whole race just didn't happen for him anyway, did it? In the end, and how frustrating and disappointing in front of the home crowd, an event that he's put together, and I guess really similar kind of things for Frody really as well.
Yeah, but look at last Saturday afternoon, running in second, hunting down Christian Carlson, and gearbox.
Yeah.
It was an awful long way for him to go to Norway to support a UIM International Ordinary race, but support it he did. And he does have a big travelling following. Last week, not so much. But normally they have a big marquee in Tonsberg, invite their guests.
And their team always looks amazing as well, don't they? They're always smartly turned out, and their shirt, their team wear is probably one of the nicest designs I've seen for a long, long time in
that's all made by Cosmo Elik in Hungary, who does the, is obviously the big player in UIMF2. So impressed was I ordered all the Powerboat Racing World shirts from him in January, looking forward to a season to wear them. I've just been wearing it in Tesco mainly now.
Well, at least you now got the face mask to match the shirt and the shopping wear. So that's good.
I don't dare show my shirt today. A young lady dropped an ice cream cone on it at lunchtime. Not social distancing, you see. Now, Agaris thinks there's nearly 1,000 spectators here today, but he was having a good old look to make sure they were spaced out on that far side, and they were all, and they are. They're not bunched, and that was the plan.
Yeah, and that's good. And you know, from what I can see from here, obviously you know because you're there, you're at the event. But I mean, there looks to be lots of space all the way around, so you know, it's good. It's good to get that many people in anyway, and it's good that they're all come to watch Powerboat Racing here this afternoon. So it's a great effort.
As we drove in this morning, there was a huge sign up that said Jason Mantrick commentating. I don't know if that had a bearing on it.
Yeah, that's why there's not 2,000 people there.
Okay.
Actually, you do realise that you've got to buy everybody a drink afterwards in the crowd, John.
€1,000.
Which will it will cost a tenner. You'll probably get some kind of discount.
Not that I paid last night's bill yet, because obviously we've all been used to not using cash and swiping cards. So of course I only had a card, didn't have any euros. And Lithuania is the one country that's still using cash.
Wow. A thing of the past.
I've just had this angry barman chasing me around all morning. You pay, you pay.
So some things never change then?
No.
I take it you managed to stay up the right way, and no accidents, no falling over or anything.
I don't remember.
There we go. We're just waiting for a couple more GT15 boats just to be taken out of the water by the crane, which John is sitting right underneath with his chair. And the van, is that the van that you got bundled into from the airport?
No, it's another van. But we got one of our cameramen up in the cherry picker, and they threw him up a bottle of water earlier, which missed the cherry picker, and then sort of came all the way back down again and hit me on the head.
Ah. So I guess with the way how things are at the moment, I guess there's no after party this evening at the event.
I think there is.
Ah.
I think there is, and then it's into town later. That two-seater's put some mileage in today.
I was going to say, he must be on about lap 53 by now, I would have thought. Are they timing him? Are they getting times on it?
I was just looking at that boat and thinking about a scoop of a new F1 H2O boat that's been built by Baba, Massimo Ruggiero, to take a four-stroke engine. Because it's only you and I.
Because that was the exciting thing.
Sorry.
Sorry, I was going to say that was the exciting thing that was going to happen for this year, wasn't it? Really, the possible change of engines in Formula One.
Yeah. Well, we know Alex Carella's been running a four-stroke motor, not a Mercury. So there is stuff afoot.
Yeah, and we just need a race now to see it all come together and all come in action.
But I think if we did see a F1 H2O race this season, we would see some four-stroke.
I wonder how it's going to hold up against the old school engines.
Yeah.
And if it is as fast or even quicker, then I think we're going to see a rapid change in boat design. And
the big problem is with this. The big problem is with this. It's been so many people are saying it. There are certain teams that obviously can afford to go out and get a new boat and one of these motors, but there are teams that can't.
Yeah, because some of the boats, as you know, John, aren't they? They're quite old now. I mean, I think Marritt's boat is.
Marritt's is the oldest in the field, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. But it's still competitive. I mean, you know, she's still there. She's still right at the front, right at the top end of her game, really. And I guess it goes to prove you don't always need the latest VAC, the latest Baba boat. You know, if you can modify, make tweaks, make the necessary. But as you know, John, you know the new engine that's coming in can't simply just bolt onto the back of an old F1 boat.
Yeah, this four-stroke that Alex Carella was running for the Scott Gilman team is the Hartley motor, which is basically sort of twin Suzuki heads. And I think it was used for sprint and hill climb cars.
Oh, wow.
So that's been under development. Now, whether that's been coupled to Mercury bits, which I suspect it has, and that may lead to another issue. Because you would wonder whether Mercury Racing would necessarily want someone else's powerhead on top of their...
Yeah, it gets all a bit messy then, doesn't it? It's good for the sport, I think, in some ways, to have a different, you know, another rival, so you're not just having one branded class as such. And I think, you know, it could be a way to go. But then what you don't want is what we had years ago in the 80s with Mercury versus OMC, and then you just see a split. You know, you don't want F1 now dividing itself into two old school F1 and the new school F1.
Yeah.
To keep the drivers and the teams together. But yeah, it's difficult. It's going to be interesting to see what happens, I think. As long as it all heads the right way and no divisions, really.
I mean, it's one of those things that's needed to happen. I mean, how old is that F1 H2O motor? I keep forgetting. It's nearly 30 years old, isn't it?
Yeah, got to be. I think... I was trying to think. They were still running 2-litre Mercuries in F1, certainly in '93, but then a bit sketchy on 4.5, maybe they changed those at 2.5. But someone will ping us a text in a minute, no doubt, and tell us and correct us. But I think it's round about that time. The 2.5, as you know, that just had that little bit more grunt, didn't it? But yeah, so it's an old engine. It's a dinosaur in comparison. And you know, just to tie it in with the class that you're about to see with the OSY-400, similar kind of thing there. The best engine is actually the older engine. So there's been 2 models that have came out since the 302 Yamato engine. So they've had the 321, and I think is it the 331, which is the new one. And they're still not as quick as the 302 model, which has been around for donkey's years. I mean, it was around before I even started racing, so it's quite old in comparison. So old, you know, they still have the power, and while you can still get the bits and repair the engines, rebuild the engines, then I think that's why we're seeing a slow transition of OSY drivers going to the newer engines. But one day, you know, we're all going to have to go new, and this is obviously all the way down the board right to F1. You know, eventually the old 2.5 litre engines are going to be binned, as long as they sound good. I think, John. I think a lot of it for me is the sound, the noise, that growl.
This was the problem they had in Formula 1 car racing. Now I live very close to Silverstone, and I remember the first day Mercedes ran that new motor, and I couldn't hear it in my back garden, and I thought, oh, they've got a problem. And it's taken them a good few years, hasn't it, to get noise out of those motors?
Yeah, that's and it is, you know, it's part of motorsport, and I think a little bit of me still struggles with Formula 4, although Formula 4 in boat racing is still a good class, and there's big numbers now in Formula 4. The noise is still not there, you know. I mean, just watching a Garros go past, listening to the sound of a growling engine is what the sport's all about, really.
Yeah.
And kind of lost when F4 moved from the 70 horsepower Yamaha engines and the Selva engines, they had that kind of high-pitched rev noise to it, and you lost that when we went.
Well, it's funny you should mention that, because I've often thought with F4S racing, if perhaps an exhaust modification could be made. And I spoke to Keith Whittle about it, and he said, well, he did it on the even road for Powerboat P1 Superstock, and they just got that bit more of a noise, you know. And I've often thought with Formula 4, that's really what it needs. I was watching the Formula 4 last weekend in Tonsberg, and it was once again, you know. And
I think it was more noticeable possibly when we were in London a couple of years ago. So you had the noisy F1 boats and growling around the docks, brilliant stuff, awesome. And then the F4s come on, and then it was quiet. You know,
was that when you were commentating to the crowd in London?
Yeah. But the F4s were so quiet. Although, as I said, you know, the racing was still good, but it just didn't have, you know, the noise wasn't bouncing off the walls. It kind of just got lost in the moment, really. So yeah, maybe an exhaust modification, but then, you know, that opens up all kinds of loopholes for protests and everything else, and you know, John, you know how messy that gets.
I'm a big fan of the F4S, and there are a lot of people really interested. I know when we do articles on Powerboat Racing World, we always cover it, and you'd be amazed the hits we get. And there's some very popular drivers in the F4S series.
Yeah, I mean, I think the class in general is a good class. I remember at Rother Valley, again, I think it was a couple of years ago when we were there, and we had a championship round of the World Championships. And again, it was just amazing stuff, you know, to watch. But just, you know, it just lacked the noise.
Yeah.
But the race was good. The race was so competitive.
When I was talking to Matilda Wilberg, the Swedish driver, she was actually penciled in to race the Team Sweden F4S entry this season. And that would have been very interesting. She's hoping to do an F4 race in Sweden next weekend, which will be their first. But that's kind of touch and go right now.
Yeah, that could be exciting times for her, I think. The big transition to Formula 4. I'm just looking at Andreas's trousers that you were mentioning earlier.
You see them on the television.
Yeah. Well, I've just seen them on one of your posts on Facebook, and you think, you know what, it's like we never left. They still look very sharp, don't they?
When I met him last night, I was totally shocked. It was as if the year hadn't happened. He was still wearing the same clothes.
Yeah. So, for those people watching on the screen, you can see the race program. What you're currently waiting for is Heat 2 of OSY-400.
I was just thinking, actually, when we were over here last year, the big drama series that everyone was talking about was Chernobyl, which was on HBO and I believe on Sky. And people here were very, very proud because it had all been filmed in Lithuania. And obviously it was an incredibly popular drama show right across the world, and Lithuania...
Yeah, that's right. I remember the brief conference. I was still not watching it yet. Like anything that's just getting around to what, you know, don't making some time to watch it.
When Lithuania joined the EU, one of the very first things the EU asked them to do was decommission their nuclear reactors. So the RMBK Soviet reactors were basically the same as Chernobyl. So of course there they had one that wasn't quite so broken that they could film.
Yeah, so that's perfect settings then.
And we were I was over here, wasn't I, with my son, and my son had hired a car, and he actually took a drive to go and have a look at it. It's amazing what sort of tourism, what kind of weird tourism it sort of brings in.
I'll open up a theme park themed around sort of debunked nuclear power stations.
Well, you can actually do these tours to Chernobyl. I don't think they last very long. You probably tend to find the tourists
They don't last very long, or you don't last very long.
I was in Munich about 5 or 6 days after that happened, and I was sitting in a beautiful park in Munich with my girlfriend, and they ran a Geiger counter over me when I went back to the airport, and I was absolutely singing. The radiation had gone straight into Germany.
It's quite scary how far it travelled, really. So it's all your fault, really. Then you got probably zapped at the airport as well with this time around with the temperature check.
Yeah, irradiated in Germany and COVID in Singapore. Good work.
There's a book there, isn't there, somewhere?
Things I've caught
the John
abroad.
Moore memoirs.
You probably don't want to talk about things I've caught abroad, really.
Let's not go there.
I met a female wrestler in Florida. She was a glorious woman of wrestling. Anyway, I'll move on swiftly.
Yeah, where are you going with this? I dread to think. Well, something's obviously happening. Our friend saying something in Lithuanian there. John's going to interpret that to us in about 40 seconds' time.
I can't hear him. He's turned the volume down. He asked the volume to be turned down because I think he didn't like Ryabko's choice of music. And I think when he turned the volume down on the music, he's turned it down on himself.
Yeah.
So I can hear an OSY engine. And we can hear that wonderful music that tells us we are coming into Heat 2 of the OSY-400.
Yeah, race time, and I know that there's some veterans who, one of them would have been racing here this weekend, but he's not. He's watching hello. He's watching at home in Slovakia at the moment. Miroslav Brzezinski and his family. Very good afternoon to you, and thanks for joining us and watching what would have been a race he would have been participating in. In fact, last year, when we look back at the European Championships, Brzezinski was actually third overall in the championship. He's not running this weekend. Cesare Strummet, who was second in the championship, is not running this weekend, and Rasmus Hamazagi is also not running this weekend. So 3 of the big names not there. And then we go down, Stepnik, also from Poland, not running. He was 4th in the championship last year. In fact, we look all the way down to 6th position of Gintaras, who is racing. So there's many big names. Oliver Nielsen, he's missing there. All the UK guys, like Jamie Marr, Wayne Moore is there, also not running, which reflects the situation in the world at the moment. But I think next year will be a different story. But in the meantime, sit back.
And off they go with Rennie Siusk taking the lead from pole.
Yep, it's a nice clean run then up to the top. He's got a boat length ahead already, so that's always good. So he can turn in, no one turns in on him, which is always a bonus.
Let's see how Heat 1 compares to Heat 1. Rennie Siusk, number 19, won with 21. Gintaras second, which is the way it is.
Yep.
Third, 43. He was 4th.
Yeah, he was third in qualifying, so yeah, he lost out 1 position in that first heat, didn't he? But let's see what can be salvaged here. But Gintaras then in 2nd position at the moment, but Rennie Siusk is definitely in a league of his own at the moment, so that boat is really hooked up. A good scrap for, what's that, that's 2nd, 3rd, so it's 4th and 5th. In fact, the position change back down the field. So it's all happening. I think that was between 35 and 73. 33 even. So we watch. So they're all just trying to keep out of each other's way and out of each other's prop wash at the moment. And we see now on the screen these two then head to head into the corner. The boats then probably not even blipping the throttle to settle the front of the boat. Just glide that boat down the corners. This course looks pretty much a flat-out course with no real tricky turn. So it's pretty much the left hand will be operating the throttle. It'll be wide open. Right hand, just one hand on the wheel, and the position of the hand will be at about 5 o'clock. And when you get to the turn, you're probably moving it across to about 11 o'clock. Very simple controls, really. But yeah, you could almost tie wrap the throttle open on this course. And John, I mean, from where I'm sitting at home, I mean, I've got no real concept on how large the race course is, but from here it looks really big.
We were talking about this, weren't we, this morning? It is a big course.
And that means that the drivers then they've picked some props for top end speed, not necessarily on acceleration, although Rennie Siusk seems to have acceleration anyway. But these boats then probably revving between 69 to 72,000 revs. You know, they're going to be doing speeds of around about 67-ish miles an hour. They did change the rules a couple of years ago where we could run at any height. The engines could be run at any height. Not necessarily the higher you go, but you're going to get more revs the higher you go. There's a cut-off point before you start to lose performance. But we then had a height restriction come into play, and slowed us all down a little bit. We were losing a few thousand revs, or a few hundred revs.
Was that
certainly.
where the, if I remember correctly, was that where the Italians were kicking up over that height restriction, or was it the other way around?
We were all kicking up over it, to be honest. We had our own little group on social, on Facebook. Actually, we had a Facebook chat about it. All the drivers were on there. None of us really wanted it. It came in, and you know, we all kind of had to deal with it. I mean, certainly Erko was building boats, and he had to modify his boats to compensate, and had to go with a totally different design. So, you know, we're getting on with it. I mean, they're still quick. They're still doing. I think it's still the same speeds. Obviously, props have now had to change a little bit as well. So it just meant, really, I guess the drivers just having to spend a little bit more money.
Which is never ideal.
Not when you've got plans and you make plans and then rules come into play. So, yeah, it's never ideal. But anyway, they've all got on with it, and that's the good thing. And it's suiting Rennie Siusk at the moment, isn't it? It's probably helped that the fact that Brzezinski's not there, and Rasmus is not there, and Cesare Strummock not there, but they're obviously doing other things at the moment. But Rennie Siusk is the name, he is the man of the moment, he is the driver of the moment, and no one else can do anything about it. Now, I've raced against Gintaras, and he is a very, very hard driver to race against. He's not very forgiving. I know that Wayne Moyes will tell you this as well. You know, very tough driver. You know, hard to pass. He's hard if he's passing you. At the moment, he's kind of in second position doing his own thing, so he's not really bothering anybody.
Jason, this is rapidly becoming my favourite part of the afternoon. The flag man is back. He's on the bank. He's raised the flag. Here we go. I'm really going to have to get a camera on this guy for tomorrow so you can see the sheer force. Here he goes. Wow. So that's the race win, Jason, in OSY-400.
Yeah, that's great stuff, and that's 2 in a row then, isn't it, for Rennie Siusk? So congratulations. Gintaras then second in number 21. And, well, Arvidus was in third position in number 43. A great drive from all the top 3 there, or from everybody, because they all managed to avoid each other. No bumps or collisions or collections. And Rennie Siusk can now go back to his hotel room tonight and breathe a little bit of a sigh of relief, because he's halfway then to becoming European champion.
Do you know, the flagman has now walked away forlornly. He's only had 7 boats to flag, and it was almost as if he was like a little disappointed. You could see that he was up for doing another 7.
Well, he's not going to be disappointed in the next race, is he? Because that would be GT30, and it allows, what's he got, about 16 boats to wave the flag at, and then he's going to need a rest. He's going to need to go back to the hotel and just rest that arm.
I'm just trying to see if... No, I haven't got... I was trying to see if I had enough wire where I could get the microphone to him. We could have a little chat about, you know, how he does it.
Yeah, we'll have to try and get him on the mic. Definitely get him on film, because it's going to be handy for us, so we can, you know, we bigged him up. I just hope that we're not disappointed. So yeah, you know, get him on there. You have to get your cameraman actually to have an action shot as well.
Yeah, either that, or I'll just take a selfie with him later on and get him up on the website. Give him a bit of love, you know.
There you go. As long as he's got the checkered flag in his hand, that's, you know, otherwise you could just be picking some random guy that you've met in the bar somewhere.
I think it's surgically attached to him.
Is it up his sleeve? Has he got sleeves?
It's just wonderful, and he's got this arm movement. It's, you know, when you watch a really good spin bowler in cricket, that's what it's like.
So tune in tomorrow, where checkered flag man will be in action.
He's definitely become my hero of the weekend so far. Action man of the weekend is Ryabko, who's back out in his taxi.
I'm sure he's not the checkered flag man, he was just in disguise. I bet it is. I bet it's him.
they're the same colour. They've both caught it this weekend.
Have they? How's your face anyway, John? Is it looking a little bit more redder now today?
Yeah,
or?
it's burning like the... I mean, that's a double red, isn't it, really? That's last night and the current bun.
Well, we were saying about drivers possibly watching. Brian Shulver, I know, was certainly earlier on was tuned in. He was disappointed that I didn't get a sensational in when he was watching earlier. But sorry to disappoint you, Brian, but there's been some sensational stuff going on this afternoon. I'm sure he's probably tuned in, or maybe he'll tune in on Watch Again or On Demand or whatever we're on. And yeah, he's enjoying this afternoon powerboat racing. So I know that he'll be desperately missing boats and desperately. I know that he had big plans for this year and the World Championships at Oldham Broad, and he'll just be a little bit gutted that he's not done anything. Is that the checkered flag, man, John? Just at the left of our screen.
I've got to check your feed. I have to go into the transit van. No, he's I've spotted him. He's gone for a lie down.
Ah.
He's had...
Yeah. He's going to need about 5 cans of petrol for what's coming up next.
Proper effort. Now, let's talk about the final race of the afternoon. Not of this championship, obviously, but the GT30. And I'm just having a look at the official results here. Let's see what we've got. Now, the only penalty we had in GT30 was for Robert Minnings from Latvia, who had a 1-lap penalty, which dropped him all the way to 13th. So 13 boats are on the track there, Jason, in GT30. With the retirement of... So for those who know your UIM codes, he got a 313 spot 01.
If Barry Turner was watching this, he'd tell me exactly what that was.
Well, I normally use Sylvia Borganovi. She could just pull it up on her iPhone in seconds. Yep. Oh, to be young.
Didn't know as well. But going back to Robert Minnings, I mean, he was down he qualified in 12th anyway, so I'm guessing he was pretty much down the back end of the pack.
So I think we'll probably sort of say not a good day for him.
Yeah, pretty disastrous.
But it was a good day for Carol Sudler on that first heat. And we're going to have to see what Andre Sylvain can pull out the bag, because the world champion has got someone pretty fierce against him.
Yep, he's going to have to do something special. Qualified third earlier on this morning. Second in that heat. So at least he's going the right direction. And of course, you know, as you say, John, you can drop your worst result. So if he was to win the next 3 races, the one today and the 2 tomorrow, then it would be a good day at the office. And he can just forget about heat 1. So he's in a pretty good position at the moment.
If you want to see his little moment that he had last weekend in Tonsberg, we're talking about the Norwegian Andre Sylvain. Go on to Powerboat Racing World. I did an article about him last night. It's quite a nice shot.
Yeah, that's quite a different direction to travel, isn't it? Upwards. And we all thought that Matt Kaufman had hero trim, but I mean that was that was hero trim and a half.
I've got tourists walking through my studio here. Did you know this is a restricted? No, they've gone. Taken no notice.
They'd come to ask you for your autograph. That's what was happening there.
No, I think they're afternoon ramble.
Is that what we're doing? We're having an afternoon ramble.
Yes, absolutely. It's like listening to commentators on one of these 5-day tests.
So Edgaros is now on lap 104.
Petrol's cheap, 99 euro cents.
Just as well. I take it it's a different VIP in there, and he's not just taking the same one around.
His wife.
A Sunday after, or Saturday, isn't it? A Saturday afternoon drive on the lake. So, of course, this is our last race for this afternoon. Heat 3 will be tomorrow for all of the classes. What time are we starting tomorrow then, John?
Thanks for asking me that. I'm just going to pull open my laptop.
Just while John's doing that, I'll just quickly tell you that obviously each class has to do 2 races. They've done 2 races today, or almost 2 races. We're just waiting for Heat 2 of the GT30s, and then they've all got 2 more heats tomorrow, and I assume there'll be free practice for all of the classes, just like there normally is in a UIM event. But it won't be an intense practice; it will just be pretty much a warm up more than a full-on practice session. But so once again, a full practice. Once the practice is over, a full program of events to happen tomorrow.
Now, unlike yourself, who's got your BT broadband at hand, I'm trying to fire up my Wi-Fi hotspot. And there it is. Right, tomorrow it's an early start. Heat 3 for GT15 starts at 10 o'clock. So that's 8 o'clock your time. Did you hear that, Jason?
Yeah, sorry, John was just writing it down.
Yeah. So
yeah.
you've got an early start, so there's no drinking with the missus tonight.
I don't think that's happening. So yeah, 8 AM, so tune in, viewers. It's an early one. You can watch powerboat racing and have your breakfast.
And then we got OSY at 10:45 our time, GT30 11:30, and a bit of lunch. No, then the week's 1300 GT15 Heat 4, 13:45, and last race is 14:30 here, 12:30 in Britain. So you'll be all done and dusted for tomorrow afternoon.
Is it the Spanish Grand Prix this weekend?
Yes.
So people can have a full-on day of motorsport, with the best, of course, being in the morning.
Hamilton from Bottas on pole. Hamilton.
So the big question is, have they got their tyre issues sorted out? is Hamilton too aggressive on tyres anyway, or is he just I don't know, just miserable? Questions to ask.
Verstappen posted a third, and then Sergio Perez shaking off his coronavirus. And Lance Stroll, both of those in the pink Mercedes. As I said earlier.
What's your views on that?
Sorry.
So the pink Mercedes. I mean, what's your view on that?
Well,
I mean,
as I said earlier,
being allowed, is it legit?
I live near Silverstone, so in my village, I've got guys who work for Mercedes and guys who work for Red Bull, and of course, work for Racing Point because that's just up at Silverstone. And there's kind of a lot of stuff I kind of get told I'm not really meant to say live on air.
Wait, when's that ever stopped you?
The language, I remember last year, the language in the pub from the Red Bull boys about the Ferrari issue. Dear God. But my next door but one neighbour, he's the head of the spray shop, the paint shop at up at Brackley and Mercedes. I saw him a couple of weeks ago, and I said, "Don't you dare paint my car black, mate."
So did he spray it pink instead?
You know, it's when you talk to them, for them it is just a job. It's an all-consuming, long hours.
But just apparently what's going on outside my window at the moment, and it is powerboat related. Chris Darby, an ex-monohull driver, has just cycled past, so he's obviously on a fitness regime to maybe make a return back to racing, maybe. But certainly Chris Darby just passing on his bicycle.
This is unbelievable, isn't it?
For those locals out there, the locals will know who Chris is.
You'll be having old Fred turning up to photograph you soon.
I'll tell you what, Fred's actually due to come round. So
Fred's due to what? Sorry.
Fred is actually due to come round. So there could be a ring on the door. So mate, if I have to answer the door, it'll probably be Fred.
Going to let him in now? He shaved his beard off.
Yeah, I think I can let him in now. He's looking much younger and much better for it as well.
Absolutely, just a fantastic character.
Oh, one of the best. I actually, the first time I met Fred, I upset Fred because we were at Nottingham, we were at home for a point. He was on the bank taking pictures, and I'd been told by the race organiser to move everybody off the bank. So, being young then, I was only 21. Didn't know Fred at the time, didn't know who he was or if he was even meant to be there. So made this big announcement, and then I pinpointed him, I spotted him. I actually said, the person standing over there with the camera, yes, you, no, not you, can you move off the bank? And then he had a bit of a chat with me afterwards about how he was meant to be there, how he had a pass to be there, and how I shouldn't have told him to get off the bank. And then ever since then, we've been great friends. So,
I remember a few years ago, I took my mother to the Portimao F1H2O race. And she said, John, look at that man with just a pair of skimpy shorts on and nothing else. I said, oh, Mum, I haven't introduced you to Fred.
I know the shorts. I've seen the Speedos.
I mean, when we do those,
Fred, if you're watching.
When we do these flyaways, you know what we spend on airfares. Fred's spends on rum. It's wonderful.
That's legendary, isn't it?
Mm. It's absolutely Fred and his and John Masters. They're just legends.
Yeah, great characters.
Were you with me last year? We were in the pub in Conus, and all the youngsters had to go home because they were tired. It was just John Masters and Fred left.
No, that was that on the second day or something. No, I didn't make that one. I know that was getting daylight. The night we went out was daylight, wasn't it? When we were
I got into a lot of trouble. My got back about, was it 4:30, 5 o'clock, getting light, wasn't it? My 26-year-old son who was with me. What kind of time do you call this? It's all about roles reversed.
Yeah, absolutely. So did you give him a time check and then go to bed, or did you stay up? I can't remember.
I remember doing a commentary the next day, a bit rough. There was quite a gang here, wasn't there, partying last year? It was a cast of the United Nations, wasn't it? With Alberto Comparato and all Brent Dillard. It was all sorts.
Yeah, it was a good crowd, a good mixed bag of people there. That was.
It was. Do you remember? I think it was on the Sunday night when they tried to kick about 23 of us out of the pub.
Oh, I can't remember.
We've got a photograph, haven't we, of us all outside? I think.
Oh, that, yeah.
And there's all these, like, Comparato, Silvia Borganova, all these kids in their 20s, and in the middle is Fred.
Who still thinks he's in his 20s. Well, viewers at home, if you're just wondering what the delay is, we're just waiting for the checkered man, or the checkered flag man, to fully recover, because he's got 16 boats to wave flags at next, or actually no, 13 boats, let's get that right. So he's going to need a lot of energy, and we're just waiting really for him to make that recovery.
Is there any possibility for the race that we could actually have a camera?
I think John's just trying to organise some visuals. Just watching Ed Carlos Riabco go around and taking the VIP guests for a.
Well, as you rightly said, with so is it 16 boats, you just said, was it 16 or sorry, 13 boats? Yeah, I mean, it's going to be his Saturday grand finale, isn't it?
Oh, he's going to love it, and of course, if they run the same schedule tomorrow, if they run the GT30, that will be the final race of the day. Will be the GT30s, and he's going to be waved out, isn't he? All waved out. You wouldn't want to arm wrestle him, though.
Who the? I'm sorry, I was just watching Riabco giving the passenger a bit of fun there. No. Although tonight could be a good time, he could be quite tired, couldn't he?
Yeah, possibly. That's your challenge, anyway. You need to come back and report me on how you got on with that. So, happening tonight around about I don't know, 10:30 p.m. Lithuanian time. It's the checkered flag man wrestling John Moore. Live streamed on Powerboat Racing World.
To be fair, my big plan really is tonight is to get back to my hotel room before those two Russians.
They're already back. They're already waiting for you. Don't you worry.
What really worried me was that they're drinking. I said, what do you do? What are you doing here? He said, oh, we're the officials. I was like, oh, right, okay, cool. I think I might be embellishing some of this.
So what's your view from there now, John? I mean, is there any boats in the water yet? Can you see, or?
No. But there is another passenger ride.
There is another passenger.
Weather's changing. Clouds moved in. Sun's gone in behind it. Temperature's collapsed.
By the looks of it, you kind of got the same sky as what we've got here in at the moment.
Although it's forecast here hotter still tomorrow.
I want to say hello to another one of our UK viewers, Jason Brewer. If you're watching, good afternoon and hello. I know you're watching. You might not necessarily be listening anymore. You may have turned the sound off by now, possibly. But yeah, certainly another one of our UK powerboat racers, promoters, and team members, and UIMF2 start marshals as well. So
yeah, Jason was of course on the start pontoon in Konus last year.
He was indeed. I remember, and you'll remember the shorts. And I know Jason's still got that video on his phone. So
looking like a Brit in Benidorm.
And now we'll have two videos on his phone. That one.
That joke wouldn't work very well now, would it? There's only about 2 Brits in Benidorm.
Yeah, that's not good times. Actually, I just heard today Tenerife. I know it's not Benidorm, but Tenerife. I think you have to wear face masks all of the time now. I think that was released. I think probably yesterday or today. So
while you were chatting to me, I was just reading the Daily Mail. There's 160,000 Brits just come back from France
on a dinghy.
I tell you something, you'd like to know the dealer over there, wouldn't you? He's now plugged a few outboards and dinghies.
Yeah. It's Keith Whittle thinking about it, is he? Or
you said that, I didn't.
Good afternoon, Keith.
GT30 class pilots and mechanics, please bring your boats into the water in nearest minute. So we're planning our start in.
There we go.
Did you see
the man himself?
Did you see even route powered illegal immigrant dinghies then?
Not yet, but I've not.
I can do you a deal.
Thank you for your service and attention, and thank you for your partnership, and welcome to Lithuania.
Well, there we go. We just heard it from Mr. Trousers that the GT30 drivers and pit crew have now been summoned to the slipway or the crane, and they're going to be getting themselves ready for the final race of this afternoon.
Chase, I'm just going to leave you for a couple of minutes, and I've just got to fix some repairs behind the van.
Yeah, well, we'll just go quiet for a couple of minutes and give our audience a little bit of a rest, and then we'll be back in full effect in about 5 minutes' time.
Jason, are you with me?
Oh, hello, John.
Yeah, hi, Jason. Well, the bad news is that our production team can't get live footage of the cameraman.
Ah. Yeah, no, that's a shame. So we're relying on your press man, your cameraman, to take some good pictures later on.
It may well have to be tomorrow's job.
Just having some information given to me by our friend Jason Brewer, and he informs me that Susan Kay is over there as OOD. So good afternoon, Susan.
Susan and I are the only Brits here.
Really? So well, we have to say hi to Susan. Not seen Susan since last year, really. So yeah, pass on my best wishes to her.
I saw her at lunchtime. She was just saying how hot it was. Obviously, it certainly was burning at lunchtime. And she's staying in our hotel in town. I was wondering whether I could offer a swap with the Russians.
And probably a lot of training. Work, and work again. Also, Carol, what do you think Heat 2 will bring to you?
I'm just listening to the interview just in the background there.
You can hear it, I can't.
Ah. Yeah, so if those people at home just took a quick glance at that, so Carol Sudler there being interviewed. She was the winner, of course, of heat number 1. She goes into heat 2 sitting in that pole position, which will happen in about 5 or 10 minutes time, and it will be the final race of the afternoon. So
I'm just watching Ryabko on lap 152, isn't it? On the two-seater. And I was wondering whether perhaps I should mention a little race in France in May.
Yeah, that's worth it.
I think he should take that along to Rouen.
As a press boat or to compete with?
Well, it appears he's got the range. I haven't seen him put any juice in it yet.
I think his lap times are getting slower. I think he's getting tired now.
Well, I suspect between Ryabko and the flagman, their arms must be wanting. So we were talking earlier about racing and where we can watch racing. What we do know is there'll be a race in England at the end of this month down in Poole offshore with 24 boats already signed up for that. So that's something to look forward to at the end of the month. I'm just hoping the weather's going to be cold and cloudy, because the last thing we're going to want is packed piers and beaches.
Yeah, well, I'm guessing that's kind of what happened last weekend was at Tonsberg, where it attracted probably too many people, I guess.
Yeah, it's a busy place anyway. Of course, you've got that pier with all those restaurants on, which are always busy, boat race or not.
Yeah,
that's. But you know, for the security guards there last week, it was like herding cats. I mean, we got quite friendly with one of the security guards. He's a guy from New York who'd been working in Norway's IT, got laid off with the the problem. 1 second. Have you got a sec? Sorry, I thought I was going to get a special guest on the microphone then, but he's turned us down. And yeah, this American security, he was working security just to fill in between jobs. And he said as soon as he was telling, you know, 10 people to go, another 10 would come along.
Yeah, so you're fighting a losing battle there then, really.
Yeah.
Well, someone's just walking down the water's edge there, obviously done their click and collect this afternoon.
I've got my Tesco bag next to me.
Have you?
Hmm.
The much travelled Tesco's bag.
Well, it's becoming a thing, isn't it? There's a Scottish Arsenal player, and it was one of the games on the Project Restart, and all the Arsenal players turning up to the stadium with their Louis Vuitton bags and Gucci and whatever, and old Kieran Tierney's walking along with a Tesco bag, and he's become a bit of a thing.
In a kind of Eric Morecambe style, I guess.
Yeah, it really sort of captured people's imaginations, how down to earth he is, and he's, for anyone who follows football, he really has had an amazing season. The only problem is with this Tesco bag, I'm pretty sure those sandwiches I bought on Wednesday possibly should have been eaten by now.
They'll be alright. They'll be fine. Unless they were, you know, the good thing is they were from Tesco's and not a certain other supermarket who had issues with sandwiches this week, shall we say.
Oh, yeah. Well, that was up near me, wasn't it? Northampton.
Yeah, yeah. If you've just joined us, welcome to Supermarket Sweep and what to do with mouldy sandwiches. Guess really, we should just mention once again, thanks to Arena HD for supplying our live feed to us this afternoon, live streamed on YouTube. You've obviously, if you're listening to it or watching this, then you obviously found your way here, and well done. And don't forget to share it on Facebook or other social media platforms, and we'll get the bigger audience hopefully tomorrow for the conclusion of the European Championships for GT30, GT15, and of course the OSY-400. All of which will have 2 races left to go after this evening and after our grand finale for day 1, which is coming up, which is the heat number 2 of the GT30.
Here's an interesting fact for you. Tomorrow afternoon will be the first time someone's held a UIM medal since Sean Taronte in Sharjah last December.
Wow. So, yeah.
8 months.
8 months, yeah. 8 months in, which in itself, well, that will be a record, won't it? Probably the most amount of time lapsed between medals handing out. So, quite a big moment, really, I guess, for the UIM to, you know, they're putting their neck on the line as well, really, to make it all happen. But I guess it's good that something at least is in progress to try and happen to get powerboat racing at least back in some format in 2020.
Yeah, I can't sing Agoras Ryabko's praises highly enough. An incredible responsibility to put on an event like this.
Yeah, it's not easy, is it? And I know being involved in...
Yeah, it's not easy normally, is it, Jason? I mean, under these circumstances.
Yeah, it's just another spanner, quite a large spanner in the work of things, really, isn't it? But yeah, I mean, and you know yourself, John, obviously you've organised events on how difficult things can be, but with this it must be virtually almost impossible. So many other... There's enough things, isn't there, to think of anyway, and especially in the world of health and safety and having to live in bubble wraps.
Yeah, well, it's, you know, normally when you organise an event, you write your risk assessment, don't you? You work it there. Yeah. But the risk assessment here is now sort of double, treble, isn't it? And you sort of, you know, hand sanitizer and etc., and it goes on.
Yeah, it's just another bundle of things to think about. But luckily, we've got people that are still willing to kind of put their neck on the line.
And I think yourself, you know, obviously with Frode Sundstall and Joyce Christian Andersen last weekend in Tonsberg, you know, I said Frode was pulling his hair out, but that was probably the wrong statement. But Frode was always going to put that event on, but he just had to wait for Norway to open their borders to various countries. So it was like tick box, tick box, tick box. They can come in, they can come in.
Yeah.
And he's had a good relationship with the Norwegian government. They kept him in touch. He had that info as it was published.
And I mean, what was his reaction and kind of summary after the event itself? I mean, did he see it as a success? I know obviously the Sunday got cancelled, but I mean, Saturday happened, whatever, and he can't
on Friday night, you know, speed run and match racing, which is always.
So did he?
You know, so it's always my highlight of that weekend, really.
So did he think that was a positive thing, the event? Certainly, I think, you know, to try and do something, I guess it was.
Yeah, so you had the Friday and the Saturday, and it wasn't just F2, was it? You had GT15, 30, F4 and P750 Thundercats. So really and truly, there was quite a lot of, you know, action on the water. You know, when Ryabko heard about the cancellation on the Sunday morning, he just said, right, I'm changing my flights, and he went straight to Oslo to get back here to continue organising this.
Wow, that's dedication now, isn't it? And it's kind of in his blood as well. He's another, like you say, you know, sort of with Frode. I mean, it's his passion. You know, obviously with Red Girls, it's his passion, and obviously when we had Jason doing our stuff, I mean, his passion as well. You know, and you know, there's people like that we need in the sport just to push it along and to get it to the level it should be at, really. But wow, and this is what makes it what it is. Look at that lineup, a grid of 13 boats then lining up, ready for the final race of the day, John. So we're nearly ready to go.
We await that music with bated breath.
Available from KTEL. And you'll remember that.
Is it K-Tel or Ronco? On the Woolies Christmas advert.
Oh, that was, yes. We all had those battery testers, didn't we? Or was that just me? That was just me, wasn't it?
It was.
I was the only one with a Ronco battery tester. 2 ways to check to see if your little flat square battery worked was either A, put it on the Ronco battery tester, or 2, stick it on your tongue.
But I don't know if you ever sort of, you bought your mum a Ronco present for Christmas and you were so proud. You thought, what an amazing invention. And she just opened the wrapping paper and just look at it. And it was that look on the face. She couldn't disguise her disgust and horror of what was sitting in front of her.
Yeah. Oh, another Braun blender. Fantastic. There it is for the final time today.
Back in the
then,
kitchen,
John.
Mum.
Yeah.
It's funny, isn't it, how this music grows on you?
You're probably soaking in the atmosphere with this music right now.
It's like an unloved season that comes back every year. We need Graham Norton to be talking about this, don't we, really?
He'd know more about it, I would imagine. It's a shame, Terry. I can't do a Graham Norton impression, but I can do it very well done. But know what this music is, and I'll stop doing it now.
We haven't even heard your F1 H2O pairing this afternoon.
We'll save it for Sunday. The build-up with Carol Sudler in pole position then, John. Can she make it 2 in a... Solvang will have something to say about it. The young 16-year-old 2019 world champion sits there, second on the grid. It's all to play for.
With 3 Finns behind. Artusari and Noel and Sammy. And they're off.
Here we go.
And it is the Norwegian that's got the lead.
It hooked up, didn't it? And away it went, and Solvang up towards the top turn then. But Sudler's still, they've got to stay in their lane, because if they switch lanes before the demarcation boy, then they'll get in a lot of trouble.
Oh, we've got, and the Norwegians had a shunt. I can't see the other boat. Can you see on the screen?
Right, yeah, so I'm looking at this, John. Both boats stayed upright. Solvang goes to last but 1 position. Now, this is going to be we're still on a green flag, so we continue. But it does mean that Solvang, we do continue the race. We've got a break now. Is that sinking or is it just stationary at the moment? I'm not sure. But it was the 2 front runners collided. And what happened was Carol Sudler spun.
Oh!
And then Solvang just ran into it.
And Solvang went into that buoy again. I fear a bit of red mist in that Gulf deckled boat.
So where is he now? So with on our timing screen that I'm looking at, he's in the lead, but I guess he's not because
he's third from last. He just made up a couple of back markers.
Yeah, it's all irrelevant because red flag is now flashed up on the screen. So that's our first drama of the day.
And could you hear that thud over the feed?
To be fair, no, not really, but I see the action, which was probably enough to understand what happened. And as I said, what happened really was Carol just kind of spun, and Solvang was right up there and had nowhere to go. And yeah, Solvang had that good pull away initially. But,
do you know what I'm starting to fear? I'm starting to fear quite a late night. I think the protests are going to be flying in here.
I'm sure they will be. As you said, John, we've had one little discrepancy
right in front of Solvang's boat. Yeah, I'm just looking at Solvang's boat now. On his port hand side, where it's all looking, his starboard side looks fine. Jace, do you want to keep talking and I will take a run down to see what I can pick up?
Yeah, that'd be great. You're the man on the scene, so yeah, you run off and do that.
I'll go and burn some rubber.
So John runs off. And, up he goes, just to find out exactly what's happening out there on the water. But we are in a situation at the moment where we are going to have to just wait for them to line up and just restart. Of course, no, they'll have to restart in their original grid positions because they haven't really completed one lap, so it's going to take a little bit of time just to reform the grid. The main thing is that the drivers being okay. Solvang, of course, he's there, isn't he? So the good thing is that Solvang is back now. Yep, he's going to be starting if Karol Sudler doesn't make it back to the pits or back to the start grid. That means that the original pole position driver, which was her, will not be starting the race. Effectively, you could say that she caused the race stoppage because her boat is up there, right on the exit of that turn 1. And a couple of good comments coming in, actually. Yeah, she could start, and I see this happened a few years ago, and I'm sure it's happened many times. You could actually, if she did cause the stoppage of the race, she could still start the race and protest afterwards. So she could race under protest, effectively. I guess it all depends on a number of things. So I guess it depends on if the engine's okay, and it depends on if she's okay, and it depends if the boat is okay. But be interesting to see. But certainly, at the moment, if she doesn't start, Heat 2 will be the heat that she will forget and she will drop because they run over 4 races over the course of the weekend. As it's a one-off championship, the European Championship, they drop their worst result, and in this case, as it stands at the moment, and if she doesn't restart, Karol Sudler will be dropping heat number 2. And if she also doesn't restart, Solvang will be in at that important pole position. Leto was right up there, look, 3rd position, number 25. Tino Leto from Finland. Qualified this morning, actually in 8th position, but we've got up to 3rd. And number 27, Venitinen, also from Finland. So the Finnish drivers worked their way up through the field. So he moved up into, let's see, 4th position. So the drivers now making their way back. Conversations will be had now with the pit crew. The rerun will happen very, very shortly. We've just got to wait for the course clearance. I'm looking at, as you're probably looking at, the same thing that I'm looking at, which is Karol Sudler. Now, we're all watching the slipway to see if Karol Sudler takes the boat out of the water. There's a lot of activity around the boat, but they could just be checking for damage. She's obviously okay because she's moving around and just wait and see what happens. So we just move away from that shot, but we'll wait and see if Karol Sudler will rejoin in the restart. John, he's just popped out at the moment. He's on the scene.
I'm back, Jason.
Back. John, the hot news from the pits then.
The hot news is that Solvang will be allowed to run in the restarted 2nd heat. However, Susan Key has told me it will go to jury tonight.
And as you rightly predicted, a late night then.
Yeah, and the left, as the port hand side of the boat is now being repaired with duct tape. Doesn't look too bad. And there is, as you can imagine, quite a bit of red mist down there. The crowd, or the consensus down there was that it was 100% his fault. But that was their consensus. I find it interesting that they've got a few people shouting you could see it. Well, I was a bit nearer, and I couldn't. But that may well be the angle. Their angle, in effect, was looking straight on it. So,
yeah, different angles tell different stories sometimes, and sometimes even when you have video footage, it doesn't always tell the correct picture and the correct story. So we'll wait and see what the outcome is, and you'll probably know about 1 or 2 in the morning, probably.
Yeah, that's the fear, isn't it?
So at the moment, we're looking at the partially formed grid, and at the moment, minus Sudler. She's not there at the moment, but, you know, I'm expecting to see all 13 boats on the grid.
Racing accident accepted. Shame though, isn't it? Because it's robbed us of what was going to be a great battle.
Yeah, it was going to be pretty special, I think. But just looking down the list. So Sari then, in that second position, if the grid is looking how it is at the moment, he'll start second. So Sari from Finland, in number 76 in the red boat. And then Vatanen from Finland. So the green flag, so the Jetty Marshal's obviously happy with how the grid is. It doesn't look like Carol Sudler is going to participate in Heat 2. And John, I think we're ready to go once again. I don't know if we're having the big build-up music or if we're going to just be going straight into the race. But this has played right into the hands, hasn't it?
It really has, hasn't it? Any excuse to play this music again. We thought we were going to have it 6 times. Yeah, it's lucky number 7. Because multitasking is my second name, I've just posted a shot of Solvang back in the pits with the officials around the boat on Powerboat Racing World's page. Not a great shot, but gives you a bit of a...
But the man on the scene, current action. So Solvang's next rival then really is Sari. And he'll be on the right-hand side of Solvang. And again, John, I think we're going to see a big chase up to turn 1 with these two. And hopefully, no.
Yeah, let's hope so. I didn't get to see Carol's boat, but it just depends. Whether her deck is still intact. And off they go. And there you go, Jason. And it is incredibly, Solvang takes the lead.
Yeah, and Sari didn't really get off the grid very well at all there. And the Finn was left at the start almost. A good start from 27. Van der Steen, so the other Finnish driver up there into second position, but they're going up to turn 1 and Solvang should just make it stick. This is where he had the issue in that initial start, but they all get round, or almost everybody ran safely. And yeah, we have all the remaining boats. There was 13 originally, but it's a depleted field now, isn't it? Someone's taken a very bizarre line out the course.
Jace, the big news is that Carol Sudler didn't make it out for this race. She's currently sitting on 400 points, and Solvang leads. Now, I don't like to speculate, however, he may win this race. Yeah.
Yeah, we already know that she's going to have to drop this heat. This will be her worst result. She's going to be starting. It's not good for her tomorrow, is it? Because she's going to be starting from the back end of the grid. We already know that from.
And however long the repairs take tonight.
Yeah, I'm sure they'll get the boat repaired, but yeah, it does depend. She was looking in pretty good shape, wasn't she, for a possible championship win, but not so good at the moment. But it's good for Solvang, and the confidence of the young 16-year-old not knocked at all by that incident. So Reineken, the other Finnish driver, Sammy then goes past in boat number 69. We just see him there, pretty much mid-pack in 5th position in actual fact. But once again, 2 or 3 of the boats having their own little battles on the race course. We're back to the leaders, and that looks a little bit tricky out there, John. So once again, obviously you can feel if there's any breeze or not, but certainly 1 or 2 boats struggling, it seems.
Yeah, more out. Yeah, more out on the lake than here, but you can see it's certainly can feel it coming up.
So I think we're now watching 2nd and 3rd positions. They go round the turn. Just no dramas. So that's 2nd, 3rd position, 4th position now passing us in shot now, the 2 white boats. As we go, the leader we already know is Solvang, and we are on lap 2. Once again, it's going to be a very, very fast race, and just trying to rack my brains if this will be a full rerun as we didn't complete 1 lap, or if it's just minus 1 lap. But I'm pretty sure that it would be minus 1 lap, but we'll wait and see. We'll soon know when the checkered flag man comes out, but Solvang will just hope that he doesn't make any more mistakes here today. He can have a bit of a reflection on his driving style maybe this evening.
Yes, and perhaps we had a portent of that in Tonsberg last week when he stood it up on ends. Now, can you actually see on the camera him in the cockpit, Solvang?
So yeah, so I'm not really.
He's moving backwards and forwards in the cockpit as he's going along. It's kind of a bit strange.
So he's obviously shifting his body weight, but you know, from what
certainly he's looking to do that.
Yeah. So he's obviously trying to adjust the balance. I mean, they're fixed trim, aren't they? So he's trying to adjust the trim using his body weight, which is.
But what I can't understand is why, when he's coming past us, he's looking to us.
Yeah, that's a bit odd. Bit of showmanship, perhaps. Lap 3, and Solvang shifting around, being very animated inside the boat. Then, John, maybe you can ask him. Maybe you can see him later on. What all the moving around is all about. I mean, are any of the other drivers doing it? Maybe it suggests that the
no, he's calmed it down on that lap. Totally calmed it down. So, don't know.
Unless he needed his underpants changing, perhaps, and he was just sitting a little bit uncomfortable. But Solvang, whatever is happening, is good for him because we are now on lap 4, so getting towards the closing stages of the race. We've got a good scrap here further down the pack. I think that's for 4th and 5th, what we're watching there. But, you know, anything can happen in powerboat racing. Water very, very unpredictable. and it can always just throw out a bit of an odd card occasionally. That's what happened at the start of that initial start with Solvang and Zugler. So we're coming to the end of lap 4. Solvang in the lead. In fact, there is the end of lap 4 and lap number 5. So, John, we're getting towards the end now of the race.
And I'm looking for my man, don't you worry.
But, yeah, this is a good little scrap here for... we're looking at boat number 47, so that's 6th position and 7th position. So, Viberg, down there, Hilmar Viberg from Sweden. In that 7th position, just behind is Leto in number 25 in 8th place, and Minnings is in the 9th place in boat number 87 with the leader still keeping it under control out front at the moment, although we're not seeing it, but we're watching this scrap further down the field, which is still not done and dusted yet. But these wing boats powered by 15 horsepower 4-stroke engines these days, but still give good speeds of up to 40 miles an hour for the youngsters. Start racing junior racing from the age of 9 years old all the way through to really 16. Getting probably a bit heavy then. You'd be thinking about moving up a class to the next step, which is...
Yeah, and that will be Solvang's next move because he's 17 fairly shortly. As he reliably informed me.
And it's good that these youngsters have got options, you know, they can go into the GT30 class with just having to attach a different engine.
Oh, we've got a big moment there. Jason, that black boat, how many times has it done it on that buoy today?
Well, the boat I was looking at was a white one. So
on the buoy near here.
Ah, right, so you were seeing something different to me there, because I was looking at a white boat also, having a bit of difficulty.
Huge news. Huge news, the flag man is just going down the bank.
So, we're on lap 7, it's going to be an 8-lap race then, and, well, Solvang, can he do it? He just needs to hold on now for another few more 100 yards underwater. The young 16-year-old 2019 World Champion will collect the checkered flag very, very shortly. But second position is Laura Vidka. Good stuff from the Latvian in that second position. Actually qualified second earlier on this morning. And Vatamin in that third place.
And there goes the checkered flag for Solvang.
So Solvang takes the win.
But it'll be down to the jury.
And there'll be a big but and a big question mark, and we'll know, well, you'll know before I will, but we'll know tomorrow morning. And I guess, John, just a little plug, I guess, for you really. We can find out first where.
Sorry, Jason.
Yeah, so I was just going to try and plug Powerboat Racing World Facebook.
Yeah, but we'll have the reports. We'll have the reports on powerboatracingworld.com of the action today, and photographs from our Latvian photographer. I want to thank him for that. Well, all in all, quite an interesting by the lake and by Alton Broads.
Yep, certainly is. Still no sunshine my end at the moment. So, the end of
the 59 boat. Sorry, Jason, the 59 boat, the Latvian boat of Tom's Smilkins, who's got that revolutionary black monohull, who's managed to have an incident on that bottom buoy there, probably now 10 times. I really did think that last one would be the last one, but I thought he was gone.
Yeah, so big handling issues for him then.
Yeah. Everything's revolutionary about that boat, including the way it moves. Well, Solvan puts his hand up to celebrate his victory as he comes past us.
Yeah, there's going to be some interesting discussions that will follow very shortly, I'm pretty sure.
Heated moments.
Heated moments indeed. We can find out the outcome on Powerboat Racing World Facebook page, John, I guess. And
Indeed. Jason, can I thank you on behalf of everyone for helping us this afternoon? It's been absolutely great. Look forward to speaking to you in the morning.
Yeah, my pleasure. And yeah, 8 o'clock start in the UK, so people watching from the UK, that's an early get up for you. But it'll be worth watching the final 2 heats of all classes tomorrow. Thanks, John, and thanks very kindly for inviting me to do this. It was all a bit last minute, wasn't it? But yeah, very grateful.
It slightly came together. Okay, signing off from Lithuania. Thanks everyone for watching and listening this afternoon. As we say, we'll be back tomorrow.
Aš labai norėčiau sužinoti, kaip ten gavosi su Carol situacija. Nu, taip pat baigėsi plaukimas, o tai reiškia, kad dvivietė vandens formulė ir toliau raižo Kuršių marių vandenį. Bičiuliai, tai buvo paskutinysis plaukimas, oficialus paskutinysis plaukimas mūsų Europos čempionate 3 klasėse – GT15, GT30 ir OSY-400 skuterių klasėse. Taip pat norėčiau paanonsuoti, kad rytoj dar nemažiau veiksmo. Daugiau veiksmo laukia jau rytoj, šį vakarą nuo 9 valandos didžėjaus diskoteka jau Kupiškių marių saloje. Na, o aš šias varžybas padėjau jums stebėti, aš Andrius Janušauskas. Dėkoju. Kam patiko mano komentavimas, paplojam. Aš įsivertinsiu, ar čia gerai pavariau. Labai gerai, smagu. Ačiū už šilumą. Šilumos ir iš jūsų, ir iš saulės gavau tikrai labai daug. Ačiū jums. Rytoj pratęsim pažintį. O dabar aš siūlau tiesiog praleisti fantastišką vakarą prie nuostabaus fantastiško vandens telkinio. Belieka tik tai mėgautis puikių vasariškų vakarų, kuris dovanoja mums visas įmanomas vandens pramogas, dovanoja Kupiškis gerą atmosferą ir bičiuliai, likite pasijungę. Daugiau veiksmų iš Europos motolaivių čempionato jau rytoj. O dabar belieka tik tai šiek tiek atsikvėpti, atsipūsti ir be abejo naudotis puikia proga švęsti žolinę. Kam patinka žolytė? Ai, visiems žolės, visiems patinka. Labai gerai. Tai su ta proga visus sveikinu ir iki pasimatymo rytoj.